Damn, I'm gonna intentionally pop the chat out just to make it not be in the game.
You can do that.
And now it won't. Oh, there we go. Get the fuck out of here.
I dragged it out of my Chrome window as if that was going to do something.
Oh wait, doing that actually sucks. Alright, now I'm in character. I just realized down at the bottom I had to switch from Norbert. But then in game it still shows my name wrong.
That's because you have to go to settings to change your display name.
Oh.
But, you know, that's not your character name. That's your
I don't give a
display
fuck.
name.
I am Norbert.
Oh my
now.
god, I just understand why your lizard's handling potions! Ah!
What?
It's a chameleon!
Someone got it.
Takes all the potions.
Yep. Your max potions aren't safe.
Twitch, Night's Twitch isn't Nightfall, is it?
I can give you a link real quick.
Is it Amari?
Yes, it's Nightfall of Mari.
Ew. Oh, that's why Night went away. He's pulling beat off.
Not playing it.
That's why. Hey, you should get the staff.
God, I hear
I saw
myself.
one where this
Stop.
person was using a staff.
The Darth Maul mode.
Yeah. Fucking just like wailing that thing everywhere.
Where's like the third person mode where the beats come from multiple directions?
Where's the Raw Narrow Zoro mode where you put one controller in your mouth?
I don't think that would
Slash
be
your neck.
possible at all with button controllers.
Put one in your mouth, two in your hands, break your neck on accident trying to get a full combo.
I don't think you would have to
Put
put
one
it in your
two
mouth.
in
You
your
would just
hands.
be able to use the headset as one of your savers. Hi.
Hey, dude.
Click, click.
Okay, I don't really.
Okay, I can't actually hear people. Can people hear me?
I
Yeah.
can hear you.
He's so loud. I need to turn him down.
Peter's throwing a fit.
Hang on.
Alright, going down to like 20%.
Wow! Lip lights. Can you hear me?
Come on, be
I
nice.
think it's trying to communicate.
Okay.
Man, I was really going into this like, man, I'm gonna do some like goblin ass Vagar voice, and I really don't want to now.
So don't. You don't have to do a voice.
Just do
I
something
wanted to,
more
and now I don't.
reserved.
You don't have to do a voice.
I'm just saying.
I
want
see you there.
I didn't have to, but I wanted to. But I
you'll hear
realized.
us on the stream if you're watching. You don't have to join the call unless you want to hear us twice.
But I'm pretty sure that my voice would get so raw that it just ain't worth it.
Or if you want to talk to us for some reason.
I
Who wants
don't know
to?
because
I
every
don't know,
time
I
she
would want it.
unmutes, no, when she unmutes at work or the gym, there's so much like background noise. People talking.
How do I give myself a picture down below?
You
I don't
change
know, I
your
just-
display picture. That's your account's display picture.
Yeah,
It's not
change
your
it.
character.
Again.
Oh,
No,
okay.
dude, just do what I did. In the party window, I believe. No, where did I do it? I don't remember where I clicked, but I switched it from my profile to my actual character, and it took my token icon.
Why wouldn't it recognize?
Can't breathe. Alright, guys, I'm moving out. What are the... Before I click buttons, what the hell is the red... Oh, that's our health. Wait, no.
Okay, no. Red is our speed, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Green is our
Red is
health.
your
And...
speed.
Oh, hello.
What's green?
Green is your hit points.
And what is blue? My mana?
I'll be right
Your
back.
AC.
Oh. God
Okay,
damn it.
I guessed correctly. Then.
Okay.
What's that button on the very bottom?
What do you mean the very bottom?
That's the statuses.
Oh, that's I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm just getting
Yep.
status affected out the ass.
Yes.
That's all those experiments.
Oh my god, I've caught...
Sleeping.
Snail.
I can't wait for
Hey,
to
dude,
like
they've got the
inflict
kick
so many
ninja
statuses
buff.
we can't even tell what they are anymore.
Oh, I've got
So
the
it just
poops.
keeps shrinking.
Oh wait, can you put like a color and then a snail? No.
He's having too much fun with this.
This.
Why is there a grenade status?
Because people use this for things other than Dungeons and Dragons. You can play like sci-fi shit with grenades in it.
Oh my god, I'm ready to play Roll20 Call of Duty.
I'm sure somebody has made that.
Almost certainly.
God, why?
The
Yeah,
acupuncture
to
status.
make
Isn't
Brothers. stupid tokens. Hey Broski, what color do you want to be? Or is he just listening?
I'm here, I think.
Okay.
Am I here? I don't know.
Oh, you can give each
Yeah,
like
dirt brown,
resource
bitch.
a bar. That's cool. And an aura. Whoa. I've gone OP mode.
Oh no!
You turned everything green.
It's my aura.
He's too powerful.
Wait,
He
dude, this is
farted.
actually useful because you can use it to see your throwing range.
I mean,
That's 10 feet.
We're gonna be using a tile-based system, I'm pretty sure. So,
Yeah, and there should be a measuring stick
Yeah.
on the corner that you can also use.
Wait, how do you do that?
I
So in
forget
the
where
top
it is.
left, there's a bunch of tools, and one of them is a little ruler.
I don't have the ruler tool.
in a circle.
Oh, a circle. Okay.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, it's like a power symbol.
What?
It's underneath the magnifying glass.
Like you can
Oh.
see these arrows, right?
And then you snap the corner?
And then you point all your fingers at the goblin.
Snap to corner is kind of useless here because there's no grid on this map for
Yeah, there's no grid.
I turned it off.
I'm fucking triggered. This isn't a 10-foot aura. This is a 10.4-foot aura.
Shut up.
It's from it's from edge to edge, I think. Or actually, no, it's from the edge of your square.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh, that's an emanation then.
Wow.
Open it.
Wow. Oh, now I can't make it stop doing that. Oh wait, you can make it snap to center. Doink.
I forget what the button is for queuing.
No snapping, guys.
Is the... Oh, it was Q, right?
The green one's my goblin throwing range, and the yellow one's how far I can pee on you.
I don't remember.
I can't turn. the
Gotcha,
bar.
I took it now. Okay.
This I say Loktar Ogar Senpai. If that's your picture, I'm cool with it.
That's not.
Because I ain't gonna lie, dude, when I was trying to find mine, I thought about just drawing like a shitty stickman goblin with 2 axes. For
It's a self-portrait.
This is you ask the goblin to tell you what he looks like.
and he's just like, goo.
Got both those Trogdor arms coming out of the back of his neck.
Each one holding an axe upside down.
Whoa, mouse click fucking radial shit.
Yeah. So if you go down and roll your name or next to your names and roll 20, there's a little box. If you want to set that, click that box and set it to the same color as the edge of your token. That would make my life much easier.
Oh wow! Look at you all teaching and shit. Look at wait, that's not the same color. I'm darker green than
It's
that.
not
I think.
quite the same color.
Yeah, I can't. What's the color code that you used for my border?
Yeah, tell us what the hex code is. I'm sure you know this offhand.
I mean,
So what's the red circle again? Is that health? Because I need
No.
more than 3 health, and Yoji needs more than negative 28,000.
Okay,
who's
so-
been goofing on me?
Red is your speed.
Get that shit out of here.
That's 25 for both of you.
That's
your
not-
spell attack.
That's not health, dude. You gave me negative 28,000 something else.
Yeah,
Damn
that's
it.
speed.
I think you're in a coma.
How do you fix that? 'Cause I
Or
didn't do
you're just rocketing backwards
fixed it.
behind the planet.
There should be a way to queue up multiple planning
That's when
rulers,
like you get
right?
thrown back in time so hard that even Sonic the Hedgehog is like, what the fuck?
Where is...
Oh my god, dude! Look at that deformed little green ass dude down there.
I was holding Q, but it didn't do anything.
Right click while dragging.
Oh, press it while dragging.
What's the Wait, what? What are y'all doing? Whoa!
We're making the constellations.
Excuse me. Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna invoke the balance. Hold on.
No. Madden.
There. Oh,
And this, and that, 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 and this, and that.
Okay. So I'm going to do my best to call this to order. I have my dinner in the oven, and I'm starving. Apologies for being here a little bit late. I would have eaten before this if I hadn't gotten roped into doing a review of Salmon's freaking annual review presentation. And I ditched the last time. You were like 2 slides from the end, and I was like, I have more important things to be doing, like playing Dungeons and Dragons. So here I am.
It is whatever, my dude.
This isn't Dungeons and Dragons. It's Pathfinder.
Yes. So
I actually have a character name.
yes, congratulations.
Hey,
thank you for
fix
doing
it. I don't want to be whoever.
This doesn't matter.
I'll fix it when I have a moment.
Yeah, go get some food, dude. Like we're
Well,
having fun
it's
hanging out.
still cooking. It's still cooking. So in the
Eat your
meantime,
food, Professor.
in the meantime, if people have any sort of last minute questions about how to do things, about how to do things in 20,
I have
let
a
me
question.
know. Okay.
Do I have to put my inventory on my character sheet one item
No.
at a time?
No.
Oh, goodness.
In fact, if
Um,
you really don't have to track anything on Roll20 unless you really want to. It's nice for okay. Please track things like your health and your character advancement and sort of your skills in case I need to do any sort of secret rolling, which I will be doing.
But you can
But
manage
there
it
will be
with
times where if somebody has a thing that needs to be tracked for story purposes, like who's carrying the artifact.
That's
if
important.
it's important, I'll ask you who's carrying the artifact. And if it's super important that it may be stolen, I will track it myself.
I just need to know if I need to plug in that I have a stick and a hide armor and a holly and mistletoe and a material
No.
component pouch and a backpack and 2 belt pouches and a water skin and a healer's tools.
I mean, I would
Okay,
hope so,
you can stop.
because I don't want you just pulling these things out of your ass.
I hope you spent all 500 copper on soap, by the way.
We're playing this by Oregon
my
Trail
question's
rules, by the
kinda
way.
minor.
So grandfather clocks are the only thing that you need on this adventure.
And the 10-gallon hat, Ryan. Come on.
I've been thinking about this one, but like, so my hatchet's in my armpit, but even if it wasn't in my armpit, it would be like in my knee. So there's no real good way to holster my hatchet without it poking a body part.
Why not strap it to, like, your calves?
Hang straight down when his leg's not there.
Yeah, probably. It's resting on my leg. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But I have to
Like
pull
if you
my
strap it
armpit
to your calves, you can kick people with the hatchets.
in. Oh shit!
Axe leg.
It's like rubber banding your body cord.
You could do a literal axe kick if you like strap it backwards
On their
even.
heel, it's like spurs, but they're actually happy.
I can tell this is gonna go real well. So yeah, that sort of pertains to the style of this in general. That this is a new system for me, and so we'll run into a lot of things this session and over the next couple of sessions where I don't have the rule at hand and I don't have it memorized, and so part of this means that I sort of expect you guys to roughly know how your abilities work.
Mhm.
Because if you have detailed questions about how your ability works or how to do X or Y, I will probably only be able to give you the vaguest of answers. And if at times we run into something, in the heat of the moment, and we can't come up with a good answer on how to do X or Y, I will simply figure out how we do X or Y, and it will probably involve rolling some dice, and we will roll with it. And
Quick question.
Yes.
Why is Rainu's familiar not interactable with?
You may not have permission to interact with
I
him.
need to be able to play with it.
Well, he needs to have health added to it.
He does have
about it.
health.
He does?
You just probably can't see it.
It's hidden.
I will change
Yeah, I
that.
noticed I couldn't click on the crab or the weird plant thing.
Uh,
What in the hell is that?
I think it's a leshy.
Yeah, it's a plant dude.
Oh, okay, at least I wasn't far off.
oh, I thought you were the other one.
It zoomed in really far.
The Pokemon?
I had to crop some stuff
Yeah,
out.
that's just a Ridley.
It's Chameleon. Come on.
Also, just like this wasn't included in my bio sheet, but just for the sake of my character's insanity, whenever he runs, he has to throw his arms out behind his back. It's a Norbert run.
If you find a magic
Advantage
headband with a
dodging.
mint symbol on it, I'm gonna take this too.
Oh no. He killed her.
Laughing too hard at work or something. Literally getting people fired with this shit.
Dude, Commander Root's back. He watched our audio test stream.
Fucking hell. Who is this guy?
I wonder if it's a bot.
That's not nice.
Well,
He's out of
who
fire.
else watches audio test streams?
People with a tremendous interest in audio.
I guess so.
Okay, 1 second. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna keep track of my spells the only way I know how. MS Paint.
Alright, intermission.
I think that channel is a bot because if you go to it, it's some fucking weird Path of Exile statistic shit, and everyone in the chat's like for like, follow for follow. Oh no!
What are you talking about?
Just
Why
go
is
to
somebody
the
chucking tickets?
go to the Twitch channel for that shit, and everyone's like gargling each other's semen.
Really?
Wow, I came back at a great time.
Are you saying that's what you think is on his channel?
No, I went to it, dude. Just go to it. They're all like, "Hey man, like for like, follow for a hollow, come to my channel all along. Suck your balls."
Oh, so it is a bot.
Apparently, you're playing Path of Exile, Knight. Follow for follow, like for like.
Oh, it's this shitty channel. Oh my goodness. I've heard legends of this one.
What?
I don't remember where. I think it might have been like... No. Yeah, it was Simple Flip stream.
Actually, it looks like you've got a few bot channels tonight. Like for like, follow for follow, BJ for KJ.
Hey, what the hell's a Hey Jay? Is that like a KJ or?
Hey, Doc.
It's like a handy J, but with more straw.
Oh, that doesn't sound good at all. Be a hard pass for me.
Okay, so I have 15 minutes until my pizza's done. So in the meantime, I'm gonna be sort of talking a little bit about meta things about games and stuff. So I think everyone here has not played and has only watched at the best.
I've done nothing.
Not even watch.
D&D in general, I think Knight's played like one session.
The most D&D experience I've had is there's a cart pusher at work that has extreme autism, and he stopped me one day while I was on break, for 15 minutes outside my vehicle, telling me about this D&D campaign he's had going on for 3 years, and that his party failed a roll and fell into a giant hole, and most of them landed in the lava. And then he didn't land in the lava, and he said it was really funny because since he didn't land in the lava, he didn't die. And I was like,
Lava?
really?
Good story. Great.
Yes. So for those of you who haven't played Dungeons and Dragons before or any sort of tabletop role-playing game, we'll try and make this as easy as we can and as enjoyable and fun as we can, so we can have a good 3.5 4 hours together. Since everyone's sort of knows each other, and hopefully if you guys were disgusted with each other's sense of humor, you wouldn't be friends. I don't have to worry too much about somebody being like, "Yes, I lick my hand and then I touch the party member's hair. She's a cute cat girl."
Oh shit, you've got me figured out.
I gaze longingly into the goblin's eyes. He's the only one that understands what it's like to be green.
You've got nice nipples, Rainu!
So I'm not terribly worried about that. I do encourage you guys to be bold and be entertaining and feel like everyone has an opportunity to do cool things, both in combat and out of combat. In combat, the rules are there to make sure that everyone that people have clearly defined limits on their power, and it's not like playing old school forum roleplay where I have all the power. I have the power to have all the powers.
Yeah.
I put on my robe and wizard's
No,
hat.
I hit you.
I use super dodge.
But at the same time, if somebody goes, if we're going 4 combats and the ostensible guy who's in charge of doing damage is doing like half as much damage as the guy who's also the face of the party and doing all this other shit, there can be feel bads about not feeling like you're pulling your weight. So
That's when you mercilessly nerf whoever's doing top DPS.
yes,
Kill him.
In this kind of game, we might need...
all your potencies have been cut by 20.
Oh.
Oh god, this is Ninja all over again.
Knight becomes the most OP. He goes to throw his axe and he falls over and stabs himself.
Knight, I can't believe you missed trick attack. I think we're gonna have to kick you from the static.
At the same time, when we're outside of combat, there are times when characters, for a variety of reasons, have sort of center stage. If we're in a city with a bunch of smoozing with a bunch of nobles, then obviously the goblin who hates who hates wizards might not be the person to speak for the party. But that doesn't mean the goblin's input is any less valid in the scene. And that just means that there are times elsewhere where he gets his episode.
Although the goblin talking to the wizard does have the highest charisma in the party.
So, the goblin does have the highest charisma. Everyone else has 8.
Classic dump stat behavior. Bunch of unwashed.
Well, wait, no, I think I have 10.
Most attractive
Oh wait,
goblin.
no, he does. I'm a nerd. What do you want? Nobody likes nerds.
I have 10. I am perfectly averagely
This
charismatic.
goblin's about 3 feet tall.
Aren't you
He
also like
thinks,
converted nerd?
but he's got that like handsome ass Squidward chin.
Wait, am I a what?
Aren't you covered in dirt?
Well, I'm brown, but it's just my border color. It's a border of dirt around my whole body.
Again, if you feel like you're being slighted by the campaign, or if you feel like you're not having opportunities to shine, or if somebody's talking over you all the time, besides me, because I will talk over you guys, then let me know, and we will adjust things so that everybody has a chance to do cool things. Nothing is worse than feeling like a spectator in a game that's ostensibly about you. That said, as a note on sort of party dynamic, again, please do not attack each other without provocation or without discussing with me. Please don't attempt to sort of charm, mind control, throw into jail, frame for crimes, rob your party members. If you want to be a bad guy, you can be a bad guy, but that means you're not in the party anymore. You're on my side. You're on my side of the table and not their side of the table. And there are ways to do that. But again, just sort of, you guys are a group. Even in the lack of circumstances to be a group by the plot reasons, the fact that you four are friends and are playing together means that you are a group.
But
Right,
under
yes.
circumstances, if a decision did lead us separate ways, could be a bad guy.
We could,
Yes.
but you should try to steer away from that so the campaign can
that's
keep
what I'm
going.
trying to say here is that even when the plot sort of suggests your character, I have no reason to deal with these people. You as the players probably should come up with ways to be in a group together.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll be banned for this high quality art.
All right, that's his new picture. Discord. All right, we can't even get into the first map, and we're already.
You can tell this is gonna be great.
All right, about that
having
not
fun.
not attacking your teammates part. There
I
may
tried.
be occasions
I'm
of
literally using MS
party
Paint.
bombing,
Bill
but
Tool did not want to cooperate.
will be for the greater good.
Okay, at some point I'll edit that shit to be green and it'll be canon.
I mean, luckily, nobody in the party is a full caster, and so there are times in my previous campaigns where it's been like, to prevent me from killing a person, the party wizard or cleric has cast hold person on me, and if I wasn't okay with that, then the DM would have said, no, you probably shouldn't do that. So there are times to be don't bring sort of out of character
Druid?
conflicts down onto the table.
Is a druid not a caster?
Oh, that's
I'm not
right.
a full
Druid is a
caster,
full
but
fucking-
I'm
Sorry, I see,
run up and
I see a
slap
shirtless
people.
orc in the picture, and I'm like, that's definitely a fucking barbarian.
I have 16 strength.
I'm not looking at your character sheet. I have 4 character sheets
Oh,
plus
no,
all the monsters and shit.
I was mostly talking
There's
to Jem,
monsters in this
'cause
campaign. Spoilers.
Jem helped me build my character. He knows I'm not a full caster.
Yeah.
I mean, you have all of the spellcasting benefits. You're a full caster.
Well,
But he doesn't have a shirt on. So
Oh yeah, that's a
He
requirement.
doesn't have the
You
wizard
can't
robe.
cast
He's
spells.
not a wizard.
No,
That's
I'm wearing hide armor. You just can't see it because it's made out of a lot of hide.
yeah. You are not allowed to wear metal. It's anathema. So let me throw. I'll have some art. If I can put this on the right layer.
All I'm saying is, I'm pretty sure my familiar is going to carry us. Nelthy's the champion.
So have some tasteful Guildhall, some Guildhall art that I have stolen from somewhere on the internet. Expect a lot of sort of grift in the first couple of sessions. I have some tools to produce some content for myself, like things like battle maps, but I adjusted to it.
I'm almost surprised you didn't
So the first ones are going to be basic.
Clan Nutsy.
Dude.
Yeah,
Nutsies
or
is like-
they're going to be sort of hastily collaged together from a variety of styles of things like that. And the same thing, you know, there is a bestiary, and so you will find times where there are things that are reskinned, and there are times when there are things that have been modified from creatures in the bestiary. And things like that.
Yo, I know.
On the subject of combat, I'm still learning the combat, and encounter design is an art, not a science. And so there are times when it may feel like I have thrown you into the deep end and there is no hope. And since we're all still learning, I hope that you don't get too mad when it'll be like, oh yeah, everyone's 1 HP, and then the knights arrive and you are all saved. And I'll be like, well, I fucked that one up.
I mean, it's okay if someone dies. Just, you know, we'll have to spend a week resurrecting them.
But if you know 2 or 3 people die, then the campaign is in a serious sink.
One person walks out alive.
I'm like, wow, I never realized that hellhounds did so much fucking damage.
Whoops.
And so these things, you know, we're all still learning, and there are times where we're like, in another timeline, the same group of people in a different universe. And we're lucky to find that there were 2 hellhounds and not 3. What a coincidence!
Wow.
That's not how it happens.
There were only 2 hellhounds, vanquished them with no trouble at all.
I remember it happening like...
I didn't let go of the banister and fall to my death. I would remember that.
I did not stick my face in the beehive full of hell bees. So yeah, things like that. And I encourage you to think of me as fallible as the rest of you guys, and not some sort of omnipotent god who controls the dice.
No. It's also, I think, much more of a relaxing atmosphere to learn along with everyone.
Yeah. On the topic about being an omnipotent god who controls the dice, I encourage you guys to tell the truth to each other about your characters and about what you plan to do. That said, I, from the DM screen, will lie to you. I'm going to tell you straight. There are times when, sort of to preserve narrative flow or to not kill somebody with a stray crit on the first round of combat of the first session, I will fudge the dice. There are times when I will have characters lie to you in context, and then if you ask me whether or not he's lying, I'll be like, I don't know, is he lying?
Sounds motive.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of up to us to figure out.
Yeah.
The answer is
You are free to lie in character. I ask that you do not lie to me, in the context of being like,
Right.
if I'm asking you what you're trying to do,
Right.
or if I ask you if that's a lie, then you should tell me if it's a lie or not. Just because there are times when I don't remember things, or I don't know exactly what's going on, and God, attempting to sort of account for the possibilities of 4 people on a table is difficult at best. And part of the fun of all things in this domain is presenting you guys with a problem and then coming up with 4 absolutely batshit ideas for how to solve. I distinctly remember one of my early sessions with a friend of mine from high school, who his first response into walking into a room that he thought was sort of full of the undead. He sees a bunch of undead seated at tables, and he looks under the table, and he's like, "They have feet, therefore they are not ghosts." And the rest of us are like, "What kind of bullshit logic is this?"
But were they
Well, they're
ghosts?
not table sheet ghosts, even though they have table
They were in
sheets on
fact
them.
ghosts, and they just happen to have feet because he had, for some reason, assumed the ghosts don't
Like, all
have
ghosts
feet.
have scales out there.
They're not all Casper, damn it. So you guys, I'm sure that you guys will surprise me in many ways throughout this session.
Well, I don't think you have to worry about us lying to too many characters, considering the charisma scores and the deception trainings of the party is very minimal. Not successfully, anyway.
Yeah, luckily you don't need to be trained in deception to lie. Neither do
Just
you
to
need
lie
to be
successfully.
impersonated, oddly enough. So, how much time do I have left on my food before it comes out? I have 1 minute, though.
Alright, that's enough time. We'll get the first combat done. Easy.
So I have 1 minute to pull my pizza out, and then I'm gonna slice my pizza and begin eating my pizza, and then I will begin narrating where we are. And
Oh, you're not going to
where you
narrate
have all
eating your
come from.
pizza?
No,
Like, I'm wearing a
which is a little bit
bar.
unfortunate because the DM rule means that I have to talk a lot, and which makes drinking and eating kind of difficult. You guys can sort of pick your noses while you guys are not on the front stage, and therefore eat and drink, hopefully not from your noses. I have nose affliction, but I'll try and sneak bites here and there while you guys are talking.
It's really not the end of the world, dude. You gotta eat.
No, I don't. I just photosynthesize. I sent everyone backstory hooks, except for Brother, because I wasn't thinking at the time. You're along for the ride. The others can brief you on what the heck you guys are up to.
We already did that, I think.
What?
I don't know really what people are up to.
You're a druid. You realize,
I can
oh wow,
definitely-
these people can use my help. Let's go.
I definitely have an idea of what I'm doing, but I think you're the only person I told, Jem. Mostly due to
I relayed
time.
what you told me to write,
Oh, there we go.
or at least like the Cliff Notes version of it.
So yeah, I'm just kind of around looking for some people.
I mean, I told Jim and Knight what was up, so I mean, I don't think Ray was there. I'll let him know.
Well, I'm kind of a first level suck shit by myself, so yeah, I could use some buddies.
He's got a stick.
I'm gonna rank 99, only doing gathering quests.
I love the idea of an orc character who just has outrageously overgrown copies of Robert with him constantly while he talks.
The nerd orc.
I don't even know how to do like an orc voice with a list.
Oh,
Listen, Raina, you'll figure it out. Worst case scenario, something really funny happens.
It's simple, Rainy. Think of Skyrim. Give me a good death.
And then I get my ass beat by the good death orc because he's like level 407, walking around shirtless and.
Well, it's okay as long as you don't take over twice your max health and damage. You won't instantly die. I mean, a two-hander crit. I mean, if you were like an elf wizard, you would have like 12 health. If you dumped Khan, you have 11. So you could instantly die at level 1. But if you don't, then we can help you before you bleed out. Oh wait, you'd have 12. Yeah, I forgot. You had your level. Math's hard. Alright, well, in the downtime, well, we shared our backstories somewhat. How does your character act currently? Like, what is their current, how would you introduce them? At surface value.
high.
Okay. I understand your character hasn't been the most developed, right? That's fine. We'll figure that out on the fly. But Knight, like, what about your character? What does he do? Besides mute himself on Discord.
I think we are good.
Well, there was a lot of talking, so I didn't hear it.
Did I miss anything important?
No, I was asking you what your character does. Like, introduce them
job?
to me as a complete someone who doesn't understand anything.
Why would I hire you?
Rather than his backstory,
The position
who
of
is he right
ranger.
now?
I am your.
You're my inspector.
Yes.
Why are you inspecting me?
That is my rank. I am a Delver inspector.
I know.
Sorry to make you.
How long have you been part of the Delvers?
Oh shit, you get to be our boss?
About a year.
Why did you first join the inspectors? Or the Delvers? Inspector Gadget, here we go.
I was listening into you guys trying to work your way through this. You'll hear me say a lot more weird, cringy stuff in a little bit.
I'm sorry, I just realized that my Spotify was still playing music and I started jamming.
I mean, it's okay to jam. Normally, I try and have music for these things.
Yeah.
Either to sort of set the scene. I didn't have it set up this time because I didn't go digging for playlists, and Roll20's built-in music playing thing is awful.
I was wondering. I saw that it had one.
It's fucking garbage.
We could just use YouTube links.
All right,
in
I've got
Discord.
the Delver Society pub music.
Yeah.
Rave party.
They take song requests because I'd rather have Club Tornado.
The tavern bar just busts out.
Red Ball Missionary just starts.
You have magic. You
But,
can reproduce a synth with magic.
Put Dust Beer Boot on loop.
Yeah. But there are ways to do it online that I didn't quite look into in time for the session. You also have to organize your own playlists and stuff like that, and so.
Go to Rabbit. Share.
So next time there will be music. In the meantime, I encourage you to play your own music. To either jam out into whatever the heck you
Could,
want, or
Here you go.
As an
Guild Hall
alternative,
music.
you could use the music bot Discord has.
yeah, but then I have to get one of you to set it up or something like that shit.
I have it set up, but only for my channel Discord, so it's like a pain in the ass.
Exactly. So no music this time. Music next week.
Oh yes.
So to begin, for various reasons, you four individuals have found yourselves in the employ of the Delvers League. You have managed to wander your ways into the town of Loxin, where, in need of coin, fund, or your own reasons, you have found your way to the Delvers League, or Delver Society. Sorry, it's not a league, it's a society. And following a short entry interview, you have been accepted as entry-level Delver initiates. You have also learned that in recent weeks, there has been a lot of hubbub about a recent recession of mist, that toxic substance which prohibits exploration into the ancient eastern reaches of the continent. There is much interest in what lies in the old dwarven and elven capitals, but so far expeditions have been forced to turn back every time by walls of mist, it seems. Seeing their chance, they have been recruiting new blood to the Delvers in an attempt to bolster their ranks. Unfortunately for you, you are a bit unblooded, a bit green, not to be racist, to be quickly qualified for that expedition. In the meantime, they have you doing grunt work. The Delvers do a variety of tasks both inside and outside of the kingdoms, and in this case, you have been hired by one Sage Ravenan. The Sage has hired a caravan of Delvers, other than yourselves, to go fetch an object from an ancient ruin not too far past the edge. However, it seems their return has been delayed, and wanting to get the artifact into his hands as quickly as possible, has asked you to meet them on their returned route back. Leading this expedition is one Delver Inspector by the name of Enda, played by Knight, who nominally has charge of your quote-unquote expedition. They don't expect to take you into mist-covered lands, but in the meantime, he is nominally in charge. It isn't a military, he doesn't have a rank, he doesn't get to, command you to do anything, but he has experience in doing these sorts of odd jobs and grunt, and nominally he has sort of the voice of authority here. More guide, more teacher than boss. He can still chew you out to the guildmaster when he gets back, in which case your qualifications sort of go down and people start giving you shitty looks in the guild hall. But, that's how it goes. To this end, you have been entrusted with a map, a cart, and 2 horses to pull the cart. And you set out from the city of Loxing 2 days ago towards the expected rendezvous point of this other caravan. Sage Ravenan has told you through his missive that the artifact is not to be tampered with. It is highly dangerous. And that the caravan should be transporting it in a sealed steel container that should not be opened under any circumstance.
Oh boy.
You're about 1 day out from the expected caravan point when you may be riding the horses or sitting in the cart yourself. It's up to you. When you hear a tremendous crack, sky is clear. Let me change the art really quick.
Why am I watching the stream?
I don't know. Why are you watching this?
You're role-playing a person playing Dungeons and Dragons.
I'm role-playing as you and watching
playing
myself.
Another dude
play.
watching a dude play it, dude.
Role playing is just some random pattern killer.
Alright, I need to change the music.
The sky is clear. There are no threats around, but neither is there a lot of people around. You're sort of in the rolling hills of nothing. Heading towards the east, and I will identify that you were in sort of the southern part of the kingdoms. The kingdom that you are in is called Melindor.
How's that spelled?
And Melindor is known for being I guess you could say, a stronghold of the Sages College. Many sages are sort of in the vicinity practicing their various disciplines and studying various things. It's considered safe. It's considered safe and well off. Those in sort of less reputable or conspiratorial circles would say that it's gone elven and been taken over by knife ears. But that's sort of a rude thing to say.
Yeah, someone might get bombed if that happens, but not by me.
I think they say by the one calling the cloud.
Listen, man. Someone can steal them. It's not impossible.
And if at any point you have questions or things that your characters might know, please feel free to speak up and ask.
Is Loxon my hometown?
That's your character.
I mean, it would make sense. because he would live near the Sage's College.
So it's your hometown. You do it.
Sure. Loxton can be your hometown.
All right.
Are we able
It's
to do
canon
things
now.
at the moment?
We're almost
Well, you're in a
there.
cart, and you hear a tremendous crack, and then the front portion of the cart sags to the ground. You are now able to do things.
Are we on the bridge?
You're either
No.
riding a horse or in the carriage.
It's
So
less of a carriage and more of a...
Oh, crap. Did we hit a pothole or something?
Is the carriage pulled by 2 horses, or is it...
Yes.
Okay, so the people riding the horses would be on the horse.
Are we the only people in this convoy?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like
Alright.
to hop out of the back of the carriage and
Yep,
make sure the
same.
horses are okay.
We all jump out.
Yeah, I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
Sort of.
hop down and look for what might have caused the
Are they
I've
even
been under
there?
the wheels.
Bridge.
So the horses appear to be fine. A little bit startled by the noise, but they are not the most excitable of horses. They appear to be pulling carts for most of their horsey lives, and so whatever has happened probably hasn't shocked them too much. Who's looking for fixing the cart?
I'm looking at the wheels.
Could I get a perception check?
Yep. Yep. It's right here. Okay.
Wow.
Rolled a 20.
Well, it doesn't take a genius to realize that one of the axles is broken.
Oh,
And upon
crap.
looking further, you realize that whoever was doing maintenance on these carts must have been skipping out, because this wood is positively ancient. There doesn't appear to be any signs
Checked
of
on this last
sabotage or anything duplicitous like that. It's simply a man being careless. But nevertheless, you now have a broken axle.
I relay as much to the rest of the group. Looks like we're not going anywhere anytime soon.
Does anybody in the party have any experience fixing mechanics such as this?
I've only got experience carrying
I-
heavy things like
I
this.
do have experience, but we don't have parts.
How heavy is the package that we're hauling?
You weren't told, only that it would be in a steel lockbox.
But we don't have it with us right now. We were just going to pick it up, right? Do we have the package?
You don't have it with you. You're going to pick it up.
Oh, okay.
Rainer, did you start with a repair kit by chance?
No, I did not.
Alright, well,
I have a crowbar and a shovel.
Can we check the river for driftwood to maybe shenanigans it back in shape?
it would take too long. Like, we could whittle a piece of wood down with a knife, but it would take hours, maybe even a day.
What is the current time of day?
Morning. You expect to meet up with a caravan by late evening.
How far back is the town?
2 days travel.
That's not
This is the morning of the third day. You pass through smaller villages. You left a small village about 2 hours ago. If you turn back, you might be able to find somebody there to help you. Or there are trees in the distance. You can maybe jury rig something together. I mean, by distance, I mean not far distance, you know. You'll run in that direction and you hit some trees pretty quickly.
If we're late for the pickup, who knows what'll happen?
Is there any... Does it seem like there's any chance of rigging the cart up basically to just roll on the wheel, the rear axle?
You might be able to do that.
How heavy is the cart?
If we're not in it, probably not that heavy.
So it probably takes some amount of time to...
I don't know my
Okay,
character is skilled enough to make
I
the
don't know
cart
what
run
Rainer's
on a
name
wheelie
is,
constantly.
I'm sorry, what was that?
What is your name?
My
Who?
name is Rainu's whoever. Can't you read?
Oh.
Damn it.
Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
let me turn on your name tags for a second. So,
My name is Bazal, but everyone just calls me Baz.
Because it's just one tire that's basically broken, right?
Well, it's the axle.
well, no,
that goes
they're.
together.
Do you not know how an axle works?
I know, but I've kind of missed like what specifically was broken.
Yeah, the wheels
We-
are fine, but the axle.
We could try to repair the axle itself, but it probably would just break again in a similar location.
How far are the trees? I could potentially go looking for a suitable, piece of wood to use.
Not very far.
Alright, I'm
Right,
going
right.
to stand up and sort of begin assembling my gear and
All right.
tell the others we're heading over to the trees. We're going to try and find something to fix the part.
Norbert, we're gonna need those axes. You're coming with us.
Someone might want to stay and watch the horses.
And the cart.
Yes.
Having 3 axes is about to pay off because you can each borrow one of them, right?
How about that?
How far are the trees?
Not far.
Not very far.
We're all going. This is a safe region of the country. There's no reason to stay behind.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right.
There's also not a lot in the cart that would be people wouldn't steal it.
And the cart
People
is
steal
broken,
horses.
I suppose.
The
So
cart
it's
is
not like they're gonna drive off with it.
We'll untie the horses and feed them with us.
Okay.
Fair.
So you head over to a small stand of trees. They seem to be fine wood. They are trees.
Is there any wood long enough to serve as a new axle?
Nothing long enough and straight enough that's simply lying on the ground. You might be able to get a branch down and chop it and
Or would there be any suitable branches to shape into an axle?
let's see. Could I get a nature check from somebody?
I can
I'm
do
guessing
that.
we can all do
I think.
that.
Did I
Can
do that
all
right?
roll it.
That's not
Yeah,
super
I'm not
great.
skilled in it.
I'm gonna get the last nature check from Knight, I guess.
Come on, boss.
All right.
Right off your character.
You just click the
You just
button.
click the big blue button.
Makes it easy. I would pop it out
Yes,
into
I'm
another
the
window.
best at naturing, which is good.
That's how it should be. You're the only one skilled in it, I think.
So you do see a probably suitable branch. It seems long and thick, thick and sturdy enough. Wow, I'm really proud of you guys.
All right.
Well, hold on. How high up is the branch?
It's out of your reach, unfortunately.
Okay.
How
Nor
high up is it?
Can I-
would you like to go get that branch?
Is it within 20 yards? 20 feet, I mean?
Yes, it's within 20 feet. I would
Alright.
say it's about, we'll call it 12 feet off the ground.
Can my hatchets have 20 foot of rope tied to them? Can I kind of use the grappling hook up?
I was thinking I could maybe throw you up there.
Or you could... Oh, this is easier than we're making it out to be. Just, do like a piggyback ride and probably be high enough to reach.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm
You
not
also-
18
You also
feet
climb
tall.
the tree. I'm gonna give you that one. You can also climb
Yeah,
the
you
tree.
can-
That's boring. I want to throw a
Alright.
screaming goblin with an axe in each hand.
I was going to suggest chopping it down with a throwing axe, but...
that seems incredibly inefficient.
That's what I said. Just
All right.
grappling hook up with
All
one
right,
hatchet.
someone with athletics climb that tree.
I'll
going
climb that.
I'm not doing it.
Should I make an athletics roll?
Yes, please.
Sure. You have the axe.
You have the axe.
Okay, you bite an axe between your teeth, and you scamper up the tree, and you're straddling the branch.
All right, what's your next move?
Chop it off
Oh.
and it falls down to the ground.
You do so.
All right. I'd like
You
to
scamper back down, and you are now surrounding a branch.
like to place a hand on the tree and say, "Thank you for letting us use this branch." I'm really glad we didn't decide to cut down the whole tree just for one axle's worth of wood.
That would have been incredibly inefficient.
It would have been a real waste.
All right, I'll start to get to work on this thing.
Start fashion it into an axle.
Yeah, I'll throw
it's gonna be
the.
somebody's craft roll.
Yes, I can. I'll attempt it. Yep, that's the one thing I can do. No, I can do more than one thing.
Okay. So it takes about an hour's work while everyone else is sitting around picking their noses. But you manage to clean the bark off and all the little attendant little branches and leaves, and hone it down to something that actually well approximates a nice solid axle. The wood is green and young and flexible, and thanks to the sharp eyes of your group, you actually identified a very straight, very consistent width branch. You're now left with getting it back on the cart.
All right, I'll attempt to repair the cart with.
Well, hold on. You're gonna need someone to hold the cart up so you can get it in there.
Oh, you're right.
I'm a strong goblin.
All right, we can use 2 people for this. There's more
Probably
than enough
gonna need
room.
all 3 of us.
Yes. All right.
Have we traversed safely back to the cart?
Yes, you have traversed safely back to the cart, unless you want to dick around in the field tomorrow.
Oh, sweet! I want to do that.
I'd like to keep wary of our surroundings. Sort of heading
All right.
back to the party.
Then
Well,
why don't you keep watch while they lift the cart?
If more than one of us holds the cart up, who's gonna hold the axle?
I'll attach it. I'll fix it.
I assume he could get it in there once it's
Yeah.
not underweight, sitting on a crushed wheel or whatever.
All right, we're doing this. What are we rolling?
The people lifting it are going to need athletics. The person sticking it in is going to need craft.
Oh, that's not good.
I like to
Well,
imagine that Renu kind of like flips her grip a little bit, and Norbert just kind of like wedges under the cart and like strong arms the whole thing himself.
Well, the
Holding it up
cart
to the
is
center.
empty.
Goblin.
The
I
cart
gotta
is
say, I'm
empty.
pretty impressed.
Meanwhile,
And what is Enda doing during all?
He's keeping watch.
supervising.
Roll a perception check.
Roll what?
A perception check. Okay.
Oh my god.
You see nothing exciting. You see the same things that you've been seeing for the past 3 hours. Hints of wildlife, clouds passing through the sky. Oh, that one looks sort of like a horse.
Nice. We can use that to help pull our carriage.
Meanwhile, your nominal subordinates are sweating their asses off. But the cart is in fact empty now that you took the time to empty it beforehand, and so it doesn't actually weigh that much. And while Baz's hands do slip a little bit, Norbert is there to catch the slack. And while they do their manly best and lift the cart, Wes sneaks in, grabs the broken axle, swiftly disassembles it, puts it all back together, and then repairs the cart.
Gives it a
And the
little
cart is
twirl,
back on its
slides it in,
Yeah.
and he slides it in super gently.
and he turns his back and puts his glasses on his nose. Sorry.
Sure, I guess
Yeah,
I
just
have
like that.
glasses.
Just for
The
the
student council president slips it in and then pushes his glasses back up on his nose.
All right. I think we're
Cart's been
in
repaired.
business, boys.
Good job,
everyone.
team.
So that set us back like what? 2 hours? We should
Yeah,
still be able to
something like
make it
that,
on
2-3
time
hours.
if we hurry.
Alright. Load up the cart and get rolling.
Need to get going
Yep.
to Melendor. Or Loxon,
Yep. We do
which is
that.
in Melendor. Look, I'm not exactly used to the ways of your society and living with people. It's been a while. But I'm trying my best, boss.
I sometimes talk to myself.
we're riding, can I sort of inquire as to Baz's backstory a little bit? Where did you grow up in your society?
Well, technically, I grew up as a laborer. Just kind of, well, I was orphaned as a child. Don't really remember much from back then. I was too young. And the people who took me in basically used me as muscle. Not too happy about it.
And the eyebrow kind of suppressed, like, take their interest in your story. That's
I was
important to hear.
always kind of an outcast due to my situation as a half-orc. Well, one day, the mill caught on fire, and I panicked, so I ran. Didn't think that they would wait too long to use me as a convenient scapegoat. Well, it turns out living out in the wilderness, going from forest, looking for berries is not exactly a good way to live. I'm real lucky I came across a druid camp, and they took me in. Said they saw something in me. Still don't quite know what that is, though. Anyway, some...
Sorry, was there more?
No, go ahead.
Just sort of a very stoic man, and gives you a brief nod, and sort of says, I can relate to the loneliness of the wild, and it's not quite the living on solitude. I'm happy to think about.
Yeah, they were good people.
While Inda and Rainy are having their conversation, I'm kind of just looking around everywhere, wondering if the horses are druids too.
And the horse
Wes
walks
is
back into a
daydreaming.
human. Haha!
Do I know the horses' names?
No, they didn't tell you. You could ask them if you can talk to them, or you can give them your own names.
I don't think you can do that at first level.
Don't believe I can talk to animals.
You
I'm
can.
not very
Well, then the horses cannot tell you their name.
Well,
You can-
okay.
What's your name, horse?
Norbert, stop bothering Nay. He's busy.
As a spontaneous setting note, could I get a society check
From everyone?
from everyone?
Oh, thank God, I can pop out the character
Yeah, that's what I
You
did.
can.
Yeah, it helps a
Well,
lot.
My
multi-point is
other
rather
monitor
taxing
is
on your
like-
screen space. It's doubly bad for me because I tend to have a bunch of other stuff open.
Mm-hmm.
loading very slow.
Yeah, my other monitor is a character sheet. It's pretty great.
Society, where is that?
Rolling pretty hot here.
Aha!
Wow.
Don't worry, I'm here to.
Well, Wes is the only one who actually knows this, and I'm not terribly surprised because it doesn't seem like anything that it doesn't seem like something the rest of you would be interested in. But orcs, as a people, are from the same southern desert continent as the cat people. They are very only rarely seen in the shrouded continent, and their children with humans or other races are therefore even they're doubly rare.
Well, that doesn't seem like something you would mention. It's not a very terribly interesting fact for the rest of them. Right?
I mean, if we ever meet any cat people,
Yeah, it'll come up later, but I don't think you would share that information.
I'm kind of really happy
doesn't
that I
seem relevant.
rolled so low immediately after saying I don't know shit about what's going on.
It's like 25. Like, oh, wait, guys, did you hear about the president of the kingdom?
But Baz in fact does not know where his people.
Yeah.
He has probably never seen a person outside of maybe pictures. He was, I think I mentioned this before, but I'll sometimes sort of, like propose broad strokes backstory things, and you guys are more than welcome to say, no, I don't think that's true, or I disagree, and we'll just revise them. You guys, there is a sanctity to your own character that you guys are allowed to write your own stories with. That I will propose ideas and sort of fill in gaps, and dovetail things into the setting. But then you guys are always free to revise. But the cart continues apace, and are you guys hurrying to try and make up lost time?
I imagine.
Drive the horses a little faster, but not like a frantic.
I am not in charge.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
This is
heading
cool.
up the drain.
Could somebody get who's driving the horses?
I've been sitting on one of the horses, but that's it.
Okay, whoever's directing the horses, they need to make a command an animal, a nature check.
Oh boy.
Wonderful.
Probably should have gone with the druid. Yeah,
Sorry, I'm so used to difficulty quest.
the horses are trained to do this. So,
Yes,
The
they are.
horses decide to pull a big drift and then break together.
They're too experienced for your skills.
Yes, this is the book does have guides on sort of where
Yeah.
DC should be, and so sometimes like I'm so used to sort of like picking DCs on the fly and being like, yeah, it's high enough, yeah, it's too low. But now that there's sort of ideas of sort of critical success versus critical failure and all that, I try and be better about picking my. But you do manage to sort of whip the otherwise I wouldn't call them lazy, maybe set in their ways. Used to a 9-to-5 work schedule, things like that that would describe your cart horses. They did not entrust you with the charging war horses of legend on this expedition. But you do manage to get them to pick up the pace. And the sun is setting as you arrive at the expected rendezvous point. Could I get a perception check from everyone?
Oh my goodness.
High roller over here.
High or low only.
So Enda and Wes, Enda, you would know that the caravan that I call it a caravan. It's more of an expedition of a similar size to you. Was 6 men when they set out, and as you arrive at the rendezvous, you don't hear the sort of expected noise of people. You don't sort of smell the fire, and you don't hear the voices, and you don't see any firelight or anything like that. And it's the sun is setting, but there's still plenty of daylight out. And so hang on one second.
So the meeting point is more just a place on a map.
It's a general area more than a specific landmark.
Yeah, not like a.
We might have to go searching for them.
So Sage Ravanan had sent a magical message, which is took some expense to his caravan and told them to meet you at a in a given particular location, and then gave you a map to that location as well, which is what you're following.
Do I believe that message was actually from him?
You have no reason to doubt the truthfulness of that message.
Okay.
It was the hiring through the guild was through the proper channels, and everything was signed, and there's no reason to suspect any foul play.
All right.
Nevertheless, as you are approaching, and you do not hear what you expect to hear or see what you expect to see. In fact, you see sort of the same rolling wilderness, and you hear the same sort of sounds of the plains as you have for the past day.
And what do we do? Should we go looking for the other caravan?
Would you say we're just around the proper time of the meetup, or were we running?
You're around the proper time.
We'll just have to wait for just us to do.
All right. Wes goes back to reading his books.
Hang on, let me think. I may have screwed something up with how I want to plot this first session for a second.
Oh no.
There aren't like any horse footprints or anything anywhere.
I mean, if you want to go out and take a look, like around the immediate area.
Yeah, can I like go check around and look for footprints or any signs of people being there?
Be an actually useful person.
I think it's a perception check to search, right?
If he's searching, but if he's like tracking something, then it's nature. Right? Oh well, he closed his eyes anyway, so.
Well, you seem to be looking in all the wrong places, and the setting sun keeps getting in your eye. And you've been traveling a long day, and wouldn't it be great if you just sort of took a break instead and not go looking for tracks? You just really can't muster the energy. You don't really find anything at all.
Seeing that the sun is getting low on the horizon, I suggest that we begin unpacking and setting up camp for the night. The arriving crew may have been delayed, and we might have to wait until the morning.
That's fair. We did get a delay of our own, even. Did the Delvers League, did they provide us with any particular supplies, or is just the cart and the horse?
Yeah, you have sort of the camping supplies and food for a couple days, that sort of thing.
Okay.
It's all in the cart.
All right. Start working on setting up my tent.
Okay. So you guys set up camp, and as the sun sets, the stars come out, and it's a pleasant evening. It's late spring, and while the nights can be a little bit nippy, it is certainly still pleasant to sleep outside. You were provided with 4 tents and 4 sleeping bags, and you gather wood for a campfire. And that all goes well, and as the sun sets and it gets darker and darker and later, you still don't hear any horses or people coming. You guys set up a watch.
Yeah.
Is it like a heavily tree-covered area or wide open?
Like earlier, there are sort of copses of trees, and the road occasionally runs through them, but you have generally pretty good line of sight in this area. Your vision is occasionally interrupted by sort of the rolling hills as the track weaves in between them.
Is there like a tall tree I can climb up to maybe check and see if they set up camp somewhere else too?
Yes, we'll say that you could. Let's see. Yes, but you're gonna have to roll to climb that tree.
So athletics.
Athletics. And then perception.
And you've got low light vision, right, as a goblin?
Yeah, I can see in the dark.
So you do climb the tree, and you don't see a camp from up there, but you do see a couple miles away. You see a fork in the road. The fork. So if you go up and then you sort of turn back, and you go down the other fork, and that road runs into another sort of set of trees, forested area.
Are you telling me we took the wrong path? Is that where this is going?
No, that's up the road.
All
Is
right, we
that
have
all
to
I
figure that
see
out
in the dark?
first.
If it's up the road, then we haven't gotten to it yet.
No,
Maybe
did
they
you say
took
that
the
was
other
behind us?
Maybe you follow the map, right? But they didn't.
Hmm.
You could
Perhaps.
you could attempt a survival check. Read the map correctly.
Yeah, I'd like to double check to make sure.
Well, Enda would have the map as the leader.
I
Well,
just like
oh no.
I'd just like to sort of like roll survival to sense direction, just to make sure we're
You know,
maybe cooperate with him.
I'll also see if I notice anything.
Okay, if multiple people are rolling, everyone rolls, and then so if this is the thing that everyone's helping with, then the requirements for passing are a little bit different.
Well, I'm not looking at the map. I'm just seeing, like, does it... Is
Is
anything
that the
up,
only
like, generally?
direction I looked in though from the tree that I can see from?
Which means
there's
that
not a
all
lot
of
else
these have a
around.
-2.
Oh, okay.
Does anyone have a compass? Because these have a -2 if you don't.
I do not.
Okay, well... No.
I go over to Enda and I take half the map with sort of sharing with him. No, I don't want to just take it out of your hands, but I sort of, twist and turn it which way. And do I notice anything off? Does anything jump out at me as super
So
obviously
Baz,
wrong?
you think that you're the only one reading the map correctly, and the other 3 people in the party are all reading it upside down. However, the other 3 people in the party think that you have never seen a map before, and that you are probably the least qualified person to read a map.
That
Is
is
the
so racist. I swear
All
to
right.
God.
is
It's
the
not
He's
fork,
got to
great
convince
directly.
us.
is the
Okay,
fork
can
in
I-
the road?
Can I make another survival check to point out things like, look, North Star, and that's the copse of trees that we got the new axle from behind us,
I
like,
feel like that's more like
Look.
diplomacy.
or diplomacy.
No,
what
you cannot.
what roll for that?
This
Okay,
is
I
this is the
guess-
consequences of you passing and everyone else failing.
okay,
This is
cool.
one of those things where if you didn't see those rolls,
Right.
if I had made those rolls behind the screen, then you wouldn't know what the answer is.
In that case, I'm just
But because
gonna
you
throw
see
my
that there's a
hands up.
24 there, you know that you passed and the others have failed, probably.
In
Well,
that case, I'm just gonna throw my hands up in the air and be like, all right, you guys are the boss. I will.
I'm
Go-
just
just
trying
go.
to get some clarification. Like, does the fork in the road that I saw from the tree show up on the map?
Yes, it does. And in fact, if you sort of, I'm going to sketch this on the.
I'm not sure how he would get that wrong if he saw with his own eyes.
The 2. But he probably doesn't know which side of the fork we're on, so it doesn't matter.
He is a goblin, to be fair, so, you know.
Racist.
Okay, so the fork is ahead of us.
So you guys, you were given a map that sort of looks like this.
And the X's are
You
mute.
guys happen to be there.
Huh? What? Oh, there's a
Alright,
map?
We just
Then we're heading northeast? Is that what's going on?
So
Sure, we're saying you're heading northeast.
Except we're not.
Well, out of character, you guys know that Baz is right, and
Oh.
you guys are indeed
Yeah,
circled location.
but-
I'm not lying to you here.
Yeah.
And this is, in fact,
about how late in the evening are we at this point? Is the sun set? Are we like?
if you're setting up camp, the sun is set.
Gotcha.
How far away is that other path? About 2 miles, you said, is where the fork was. So that path's about, like, 1 mile, like, parallel.
Yes. But you probably couldn't take the cart over.
Someone could go there alone if they really wanted to check and see if the other caravan was in the other copse. But
It'd be
we
safer.
also might be able to see smoke if there was a campfire there.
I mean, if you want me to go check, I can see in the dark and I can sneak around pretty good.
I mean, that's up to you. My character doesn't believe that anything makes sense because he can't read a map correctly, so he wouldn't tell you to do that.
I'm stealthy, so I should be able to get over there and come back pretty safely.
So is the potential there to traverse off map, like between trails?
On foot, yes. With the cart, no.
And that would be about how much time?
Well, it's only about 4.5 feet, so
Yeah. I don't know, about 2 seconds. How long does it take you to make a step? We'll say at night you can't travel very fast, and so it'll probably take you about an hour to get there and back.
Well,
So a half hour there, half hour back.
All right.
is Enda
So
going to allow this?
As a token of trying to not piss off a party member, although I think that he's mistaken, I will acquiesce and suggest that somebody should go off trail and perhaps check the other side. I personally would volunteer
Hold on.
myself for the job, unless Norbert would like to like.
I think Baz
It'd be
might
safer
better
for me
off
to
at
go
it.
since you're the leader of the party.
Yeah, but the only person trained in survival to not get lost on their way back. There's only one person.
How many?
it was also my idea.
Are you?
Boss, I'm willing to go check it out. You know, if you want me to go take a look. I believe in my decision here. But I understand if you guys want to stay at the cart.
It's your sleep you're losing, pal.
I can go with him to guide him since I can see in the dark.
I actually have low light vision too.
Oh shit! Really?
We're about to
Nice.
I'm not.
yeah, definitely.
It's just
My
like
familiar
here's
is.
the curse of being a human in any of these.
You're
It's
the
so
brain of the
bad.
party,
Like,
so
everybody has dark vision except for humans. It pisses me off.
Yeah,
It's alright. My familiar can tell me if something's wrong. Vaguely.
all right.
Where's that rock paper scissors check?
I suggest we should probably have a second person go along. If only for the purposes of increasing the chance of somebody coming back and telling us.
there is actually another option. I reach into my pouch and I pull out a little cactus, and then it stands up in my hand. This is Chloro. He's a little friend of mine. Can give him to Norbert, and if anything happens, you can have him relay a basic message of sorts. Just kind of smack him around a little. I'll get the message. But that's
So the rest of the party, upon you producing this strange needle fruit, immediately wonders what the hell this thing in your hand is, because they've never seen such a thing as a cactus or a succulent.
Alright, what is this thing?
this is my friend.
I rolled.
I don't really know what he is.
Your best.
I didn't ask you that.
Yes.
I was rolling.
Is that it's some sort of strange mist warp
Yeah.
fruit.
So my character, when he sees the thing move, Endo will sort of slowly place a hand on the hilt of his blade, and I'm going to roll to try and see if there's any sort of sign of mixing or any sort of thing that I would recognize as a trait of the mistborn.
No, it doesn't seem sort of supernaturally aggressive, and you haven't really developed like the chill down your spine that you come to associate with encountering mist-warped creatures. As far as you can tell, it's entirely natural.
Look, I know that he's strange and a little prickly, but he's really quite nice once you get to know him.
Baz, you were actually gifted this cactus fleshy thing. I don't know exactly how you form a bond with it. If it simply springs fully formed, but I'm going to assume that you were
fleshies are
gifted by a
created.
senior druid of your circle.
Yes, the druids were.
He had
were
found it
clear with me.
and thought it suited you.
He didn't quite say why it suited me, but the little guy seems to like me well enough, and I think he's kind of cute, actually.
And then we'll relax a little bit. Well, if you trust him as, then I trust you. Not let us solve this.
First time for everything.
I'm feeling a little.
The death flagger guy's harder here.
I pick the cactus up and place it under my arm.
Whoa, careful, careful. That is. You know
what does it do about that?
Damage. No, I'm joking. It's fine.
Is Clara freaked out by this? Or is he happy as a little clam?
That's up to you. He's your familiar.
Oh, I didn't realize that he was my end. I thought that was GM.
I'm not gonna roleplay him for you. It's your
Well, yeah, then no, he's
He's
thrilled to death. He's not bothered in the slightest that he's impaling a goblin right now.
Yeah, put him under my armpit.
The goblin's got access for knees. He probably doesn't even notice.
No, I'm sure the book is like, oh yeah, the GM controls the familiars, and I'm like, I have enough on my plate. I'm not going to bother with.
Well, because I've seen some things where the GM totally does that, and it's like, you know, you don't get to decide what the familiar does because it's technically a separate entity.
I'm not going to bother with that.
All right. Well, that's
Depends on how much the GM wants to RP with the party.
Believe me, I can work with this.
If you guys want to do like a tandem like song and dance routine between you and your familiar, by all means.
Well, he can't talk, so
My familiar is way too lazy for that.
I mean, putting on the Ritz wasn't the greatest, elocution from the monster.
All right. So while Norbert's off doing this, what are we doing?
I don't know. What are you guys doing?
I guess we would assign someone for first watch.
I'm
Okay.
I would really like to sort of sit down and think about my spell choices.
You think about your spell choices in the
two of
morning,
them.
but you can think about your spell choices now if you like.
I'm tired from climbing the tree, so I take the cactus and climb in my bag.
He
What?
snuggles right on in there. He kind of just waves to you before you close the top of the bag.
Alright, well, he's got his teddy bear. Very spiky, sharp teddy bear.
So who's going to go and check the thing? Is that happening now or is it later?
That is happening now.
Norbert's
Okay.
off to go see what's going on.
And he didn't take the cactus with him, or
No, he's taking
No, he
the
did.
cactus.
He put it in his bag.
Okay, wait. I got confused. I thought Randy was going, and that's why he gave me the cactus.
Yeah, I thought Raina was.
No,
Either way works.
Okay, I'll go.
Enda was
The
is slightly concerned after watching the goblin just wedge the cactus right up in his armpit, along with a couple other curious actions that Norbert has taken so far. So he would like to request Spaz to go with, just as an extra security.
I look up from the ground a little annoyed, but go. You're the boss, man. I'll go with. But Norbert, I'm gonna need my little friend back.
Okay, wait, I'm confused. Are we leaving the little friend here at the
No,
camp?
he's coming with me. I'm going with you.
He's riding on
Oh,
the
okay.
Yeah, they're sending the two of us.
Alright. I
If
pull him out of
anything
my
happens-
armpit and hand him back to Baz.
Cool. He's back where he
You
belongs.
need us to follow. Send your little plant friend. to find
Actually, no. I'll just leave him with you, Knight.
Yeah,
yeah, if,
just
if you
as
need
an
our help,
added-
give us
be
the
like, look,
signal.
You'll know if we need your
Yeah, he
help.
can wake us up.
unfortunately he'll be 30 minutes away, so it may take you a
Well,
little bit to get there.
Well, that's why I don't want to send him running back, because he's very tiny and it will take him a very long time.
If you need help, we can meet you halfway if you also run.
But since we share an empathic link, if I can probably be like,
Panic.
some bad going on. Yeah, panic.
That link has a range of 1 mile, by the way, so this is the max.
There we
How
go.
was it again? 4 feet?
It's 4 feet.
Yeah, 4 feet. Has to be inside of your tile, or it doesn't work.
One of these
All right.
days, we'll just do a campaign where everyone is like a midget, or
Everyone
not
is a
even,
pixel.
not even a midget. I want to know halflings or Kender in my campaigns, where it's like everyone's like a toy, and we're just doing Toy Story the RPG.
You are a toy!
You're
So-
a toy, you're a kid, you're a toy.
Are Baz and I going to start out now?
If
Yep.
you would like to.
Yep.
All right.
I set off into the tree.
Not trail.
I'm kind of just following behind Baz, but I'm dragging one of my hatches through the dirt, humming.
So you're going straight across the field, right?
Yes.
Could I get a survival check for one?
Certainly.
Just one.
If I can find the
You
button.
got it. You got
Wow.
this, Baz.
Okay. You don't manage to get yourself lost in the empty field, which is good. When you make good
Powers
time.
hovering up behind you, Steven.
I am so good at surviving.
I don't know if any of you have ever sort of wandered around the field at night, but it is not always the easiest thing.
Oh no, it's real easy to trip.
Things. But you have,
with better vision.
and good foot placement, and you make your way over this copse of trees. And as you get closer, you find. Can I get a perception check from both of you? Well, Norbert is still.
Just draw it
He's
down.
like, why the hell do I volunteer for this mission? Because he's really not thinking of perceiving anything. It's dark. He's a little bit cold, and he would be much more comfortable with a bedroll. And honestly, have you seen the sick ass ditches he's been digging with those hatchets? Those are far more entertaining than anything that you could possibly.
It's just drawing crop circles on the way over.
Baz, you begin to smell smoke. Like campfire smoke, not like forest fire smoke.
Hold on 1 second.
He might be the most charismatic, but he also drools the most.
But in a cute way.
Okay, sorry, what was that last bit?
You begin to smell smoke, not like forest fire smoke, but campfire smoke.
I think
All right,
you
I,
see a forest fire before you smell it.
I tap Norbert on the shoulder and I say, dude.
The forest fire rolled really high on his stealth check, so you
I say, Norbert, hold up a second, I smell smoke. Something's not right.
Is there any bushes between us and the smoke?
there is a whole bunch of trees between you and this.
Can I sneak over there and see what's going on?
Yeah, definitely.
Sure, roll a stealth check.
I am definitely going to let him go ahead.
So you inch closer to the scent of the source of the scent, and as you get closer, even you in your otherwise unaware stupor realize that yes, it smells like somebody was cooking dinner not too long ago, which is normally what people do as it approaches nightfall. You see in sort of tucked in the trees, slightly off the road, which is the polite thing to do when you make a camp. You see a trio of tents and the vague outline of a car.
All right, I am gonna go back to Baz and let him know what I found quietly.
Okay, you do so.
Okay, so those are probably our guys if they've got a cart.
He says, knowing damn right that he read the map correctly.
Did he see any people?
No, you do not see any people.
That's a red flag.
Well, it's also nighttime.
Norbert,
They're probably
should
There are
we
tents.
Should
Yes,
we
but you would still
announce
see where
ourselves
they're sleeping.
and go up there?
In the tents.
Get everyone back.
Oh, there were tents?
Yes.
I didn't hear that part.
There are 3 tents.
Are they one-person tents?
No, they're 2-person tents.
Okay.
It'd probably be safer to go and get everyone else.
I don't know. You're just talking to people. That
'Cause-
sounds right.
Because
Everything.
he did say earlier that it was 6 people that we were meeting.
It'll
3
take like
2-person tents. That lines up.
it'll take a long
Can I
time
get
for
a-
you to
can I
walk
get a
back and
nature
forth.
check? Whoever's thinking about tents.
I'm not there, so
I saw the tents. I guess I'm thinking about them.
Can I get a nature check from Baz?
Those rocks are shaped really weird.
Tents are triangular and often hold people inside.
Baz is a corollary thought. The tents are rad, which is what Norbert contributes to this conversation. Norbert, being from the edge, nominally realizes that mountains are cold, and sometimes you want to sleep with more people because people are.
all right, you have to
Those
make a
2-person
decision.
tents.
What do you do?
Well,
I'm thinking that even if we walked forward and announced ourselves, we have 0 proof that we are who we say we are because our leader is not with us.
Well, we would know about why they're there, and that's probably enough proof to convince them, right?
I guess, yeah, we'd want to make sure that they don't leave before we regroup.
Like,
Tell them about the. All right. I would like to walk forward in the camp, out in the open, and call out to them. To anyone who's willing to answer.
Hang on, I have to.
I've made a mistake.
I could have snuck into the tent even sneakier. But like, hey,
That is not what was helping right now.
what do
that
you
could
do?
go
What do
really
you do?
badly.
Funny faces on-
I'm
No,
just
I just
saying.
want to crawl
Those
in
tents.
and get in bed with them, and they wake up and there's a goblin in their sheets, and they're like,
Yeah, there's a goblin with 3 axes sitting next to them.
As you
For some
wander into the
reason, there's a rope on top of them.
It's like, wow, tents are warm.
As you wander into the camp, you realize that as you get closer, that all 3 tents are empty.
oh, great.
The horses are gone. There are no horses to pull this cart. Nobody answers your call.
Is there? Oh, hold on.
I smell
would like-
blood in your tent.
I would like to cast Detect Magic.
Hang on, I have to look at the text of Detect Magic because it works
Oh, you should have put the text there.
freaking game.
I didn't know I could put text in there.
Or if you put it on the notes, it'll pop up under.
Yeah, you put it on the notes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that goes down so far
Yeah.
in description. I'll update my spells with that.
In the cart, you detect a potent ping of magic.
Well, that makes sense.
Okay, not to bother you with another undescripted spell, but I'd like to know what kind of magic it is.
It's okay, I can bring them up, but I just have to go and search for them.
I'll get it all sorted eventually.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, if you go to the tab that has an eye in a circle up on the top right, you can search pretty much anything that's in the core room.
Can we have a restroom break, perhaps?
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah, so
I'm about
we
to
can-
piss
we
my
can have a
pants.
All right. All right, let's go.
Okay, go pee, lads. I'll be here.
That also is not helping the situation, Norbert. Please stop peeing on the tents.
Just whips it out.
I thought you smelled blood on the tents.
You suddenly detect
He's-
a new magical aura. No, wait.
Yeah, this is the
That
school of
just
piss
smells really bad.
wizardry.
I mean, did you see his piss range earlier?
I dare not enter his magical realm.
Hey,
The
Yeah,
realm
dude.
of the wizard. I'll get a drink too. Why not?
I kind of waddle back over from a bush.
So you investigate the reading from the cart, or are we still? Is it? Oh, night's not back. Oh.
Okay.
What's going on?
Hold on.
Okay, so nothing's happened.
We're waiting for Knight because he's the one. It feels really bad to narrate things and then have to repeat them. So
Yeah.
I mean, if we're not there, should we even really know anyway?
yeah, but everyone wants to know what's going on.
I mean, Norbert
yeah,
just
I
keeps
can't-
it everywhere.
I can't say that I'm not curious, but I would also understand that. Yeah, I'm not there. I shouldn't even know what's going on. Reasonably speaking, though, what just happened? They probably would be
All
pretty
wandered
on
off
alert.
simultaneously into the forest. Yes, that's probably what happened. They're all just sleeping.
I mean, considering you found something at all, you should probably
Well,
give your cactus friend a...
I'm thinking I could probably just grab the box and, walk back. Across
You
the
don't
field.
think that you're going to be attacked while you're taking it back? Or that the people might come back and realize it's been stolen? But that's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're coming back.
I could just use my hatchets to carve a message in the dirt.
Oh no, maybe they're in the
Nonetheless.
caravan. I'm just gonna pop out.
Ooh,
Ha
We should still head over.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
go.
Awesome. Sorry, I zoned out for a second.
That's okay.
You detect Matt. You detect the aura, or whatever it is. Why does it take two separate cantrips? What the hell?
I just want to know if it's magic. I don't really want to know what kind.
Yes, you do find a steel lockbox in the back of the cart. It has potent. I think it's abjuration. It's shielding magic.
Okay, that makes sense.
That just means the box is probably protecting something. Doesn't tell me what's in it.
Like,
Yes,
Okay.
but you were also
Um,
ordered not to open it.
I would like to reach out to my little friend and have him gently go over tonight and sort of lightly prod him in the.
Well, the empathic link is
Could you make
emotions only.
a nature check for me?
Can I make a nature check? I can make a nature check.
assume
3, let's go. Yeah!
He would have told his familiar, like, communicate, not specifically told him
My
that
familiar cannot
what was
speak
going on.
at the moment. Wait, can it?
Yeah, but you can still give them orders, like when you're in
Yeah.
their presence. But with the empathic link, you can only send emotions.
Oh, right.
But I assume, like, you told or communicated with your familiar that if something goes wrong, that you would
I
ping
don't
him.
remember doing that. I mean, yeah.
That was the
I
entire
did
point
that.
of you leaving him, though, so it would make
sometimes
sense.
we retcon things we didn't do explicitly. Like, I also don't actually put some pants on him.
Like, that was the whole reason you left him there, so
I don't
it
know.
doesn't
That's an
make sense.
adventure hook
Well,
if I've ever seen
yeah,
one.
the idea was for you to signal me, not necessarily for just emergencies, just in any situation that you would.
My goal was that it's not an emergency. I don't
Yeah.
want him freaking out or
Like,
anything.
I would have expected it to be very clear that your familiar was upset.
Freaking out.
Sensing your mild panic at I'll get to you in just a second, Norbert. Sensing your mild panic at finding the camp empty, your familiar wanders over and slaps. Who is he supposed to be slapping?
And
He slaps Enda with a little prickly paw. It is less than pleasant. He probably could have been more delicate, but he also probably could have done worse. Norbert, the answer is no. Or actually, yeah, the answer is no.
What was the question?
You sent it to me.
What?
Oh, I didn't. I thought it was something he had asked before I sat down.
No.
Okay.
I'm still matching people's voices to names.
Yeah. You're good. You're good. I was just thinking about what.
I'm
so,
Norbert.
Enda's really glad that when he's in his tent and he's alone and watched, he was sort of staring off into the woods, trying to make sense of the shapes he's seeing in the dark, and acted very frustrated at getting slapped with fucking porcupine quills from a cat. But he'll quickly walk over to Wes's tent and shake him awake.
He was not quite asleep yet. And he'll get up and...
Brilliant.
What?
Heading over.
What's up?
Something's up.
Alright. Crap. That's his favorite word, apparently.
Crap.
At least you guys can follow my hatchet trench.
Yeah, I was actually just gonna say, can I make
Oh
a
my
survival
goodness, he
check
left
to
a...
find the trail?
He left a breadcrumb trail.
So maybe speed up our traversing of the trail.
Seeing as we're going in the dark, I'm going to take out my lantern and light it using a tinder twig.
Okay.
Tinda cylinder.
I came prepared. Let's go mark off that I used one. It's a hooded lantern.
Or like, cool. Draw the shutters on.
It's one of two types of lanterns. I couldn't pick another normal lantern.
The other one is just a floodlight, let's be honest here.
Yeah. Alright, it is a 30-foot radius of bright light and 30 more past that as dim light.
And could I also get a survival check from somebody who's leading the way across the field?
Knight, are you trained in that?
I have low light vision, and I have.
Alright, well, he's the one leading us then, because I'm going to be worse at it.
Well, you also have a lantern, though.
Yeah, you're not in low light. You got like 30 feet of normal light.
Well, you already rolled and only one person rolls.
Fair enough.
So that's fine. You make decent time across the field. It's a field, not a death trap. You managed to avoid any major holes.
How long did that take?
We'll get to that in just a second. So, as Baz and Norbert are rooting through the camp, Norbert's looking in the tents, see if he recognizes anything that might be evidence to the group's disappearance. And Baz is casting his wizardry at the cart. 1 second.
Cast magic missile at the darkness.
I was going to draw an arrow on the screen, but I don't know how to do that.
I don't think you have the drawing tools.
Holy shit, Norbert! How are you so bad at fucking perception?
He's really focused.
He's a goblin.
I'm in
one
awe
thing at a
because
time.
the third
He's
like this is like the third one in a row.
He's like an idiot savant where he's really good at one thing, and that one thing is asking people questions.
I'm
It
really
is
good
not
at looking good
Oh
and drawing the
man.
dirt.
Also, spoilers, you rolled a 1 on a secret check.
Yeah, as you guys are poking through the camp, you begin to hear somewhere between moaning and muttering from the woods around you. Norbert, your head is deep in a pack, and you don't hear any of this. Baz, you begin to hear it in a distance. But by the time that you realize that things are nearby, shapes begin to stumble out of the woods surrounding the camp. And we are going to roll initiative. And I have already rolled your guys' initiative. Sorry, Norbert, you got a 5. That's a 1 plus a 4.
I'm just picturing Norbert as basically Mitch. Like sticking his whole head in the bag.
Why am I in the turn order?
He's got the ears for it too.
Yeah,
You were in the turn order from last time I tested the initiative system, which is
Oh.
something like sounds outside the tent. He just whips his head out and like, flops his ears around.
Sorry, I'm managing layers here.
I guess if I'm bad at perception, I can't whip my head out of the bag because I'm still in the bag.
You just walk out of the tent with the bag over your head.
Yeah, he's still wearing it.
I hear a noise, but I can't see it.
And I'd also like Enda and who am I missing? Enda and Wes, could you also roll initiative because you'll be joining the combat shortly? Because you're about a couple seconds away as you begin to hear you hear the same moans. Did those not add properly? Maybe because you're not on the. Oh, I know why I didn't add properly. But I'll get to you in just a second. And Rose.
Is the solution to that just something my toes at the floor roll?
Yes, you do have to.
Oh, okay. Then I was the one who didn't do that. Or did we both do that?
And that's
Did the
okay.
message appear
because
before or
You guys
after?
are on. You guys are currently viewing the wrong map.
Oh.
And
well,
I had actually originally planned when I sketched this out for you guys to be here during the day, but you ended up here at the night, so ignore the fact that this place.
just pretend it's nighttime.
Just pretend it's nighttime. Use the magical power of pretend.
The magical power of your lantern.
Hold on, I'm putting myself balls deep in that tent.
Okay.
I
You are,
guess I
you are
can
in
add
fact
a
balls
four to
deep in a
myself.
tent. Please do not fuck the tent.
Alright, I'm gonna add my lantern as an aura, I guess.
I'm not gonna bother with vision shit. I'm still learning how to run combat.
Okay.
It's well lit enough for you to see
Well,
most.
the
Fair.
rest of us have low light vision, and if you're holding the lantern, I can anything that's one.
Yeah.
That's 60 feet of dim light. Well, it's 30 feet of bright.
Yeah, it's 30 that I can... Well, I can see in dim light, it's just everything's concealed.
And so, Enda and Wes, you will be arriving slightly late to the party, so you will be taking a turn or two to get into position.
Yeah, we made pretty good time.
Oh, there's some timey-wimey shenanigans that happen here.
Yeah.
It takes time.
Plus, we were just heading straight there. They were taking their time or being careful.
Well, we had the
There was
line in
more
the sand to
switching
follow.
Um,
And we were following.
And we weren't traveling in the dark.
This is a bad time to be digging in this tent.
it'd be that way. And you begin to see these, you could call them humanoid shapes, but they look subtly twisted, as though they had been sort of finger painted over, almost. Their flesh brought and pinched in places where it never should have been, stretched out in places where it shouldn't have been. Their hair, their teeth, their eyes sort of slowly slewing off their face. And they walk with an unworldly gait, keeping their balance despite everything that says they really should. They begin to sort of lurch out of the woods. I love notes.
I'd really like to know if that's undead.
You would have to take an action to recall knowledge.
Indeed,
Well,
it
then.
does take an action to recall knowledge. So yes, when it
I
is
will
your
sit
turn.
on my ass.
I'm still in the bag.
Is there a back
Really,
to
you're
that
in
tent, or
two
is it open
bags.
there as well?
There is a back to that tent.
Okay, so he can't see anything yet.
He cannot see anything. But you do hear them.
Yeah, I'm assuming the bag isn't too thick, so I do start to hear things, considering how
Yes.
there's one next to my tent.
The fact that you were distracted is represented by your terribly low initiative of 5, relative to everyone else's decent initiative of 15 and up, because the dice were in everyone else's favor today.
Well, I still rolled lower than every enemy, technically.
So I have to double check on one right token layer. Pull up my reference for these creatures.
Can't help but notice there's 5 of them.
There are in fact 5.
Well, that's pretty close to the number of 6.
Illuminati.
There's 5 of us. 4 people and 1 in my head.
There's a bedroll in the middle of the camp, not even under a tent. Looks like
He
they
was
weren't
sleeping
done.
next to the fire. It's cold.
Is it cold?
No, it's not that cold.
I mean, I don't have to be cold to enjoy laying next to a fire.
That's why
I guess so.
there were 2 people to a tent. People crowd together in tents for warmth.
So
Well, they
there's-
were up in the mountains.
Norbert.
Anyways,
Why have they got
it
logs
is-
stored in their tents?
one of the shamblers turns, as he to figure out how the distance be, because they only have 25 feet.
Hey, we don't know that.
And you realize with a start, Norbert, that all of a sudden you have this warped monstrosity sort of like tapping you on the shoulder. And as you pull your head out of your bag, you realize that it's like breathing putrid air right into your face. And it's actually there's a smell to it that you are intimately acquainted with. It is somewhere between raw ozone, that lightning scent after a storm, burning hair, and rotting flesh. And you recognize intrinsically that this is the scent of mist at its worst. You also realize, could I get a perception check from you?
Oh god. God,
Another opportunity to.
you realize nothing.
Man, this guy has terrible teeth. But you do realize that he has a badge of the Delver Society at his chest, dangling from his clothes that have certainly seen better days.
Do I still have the bag on my head?
No, you pulled your bag.
Oh,
You pulled
okay.
your head out of the bag.
Alright. I was just making sure I didn't
Smell in the air,
I'm not-
like,
I'm glad that was
like
canon.
I didn't want to confuse that and be Baz.
This bag has excellent teeth.
Like
This
Baz,
is protect me from the mist.
It is everyone else's turn. It is the other set of them's turn. And they sort of shamble from all the directions into the camp. Looking to be in similar states of disrepair.
We're not physically here yet, right?
You are not physically there yet. I apologize for my misleading things. It is you're tagged as Rainu, but I'll tag you as your real name in just a second.
I have no real name.
All my fake names.
There you are. It's Baz's turn. So I hope that you guys have sort of vaguely figured out how power reactions. You can do things according to your actions.
Okay. I was not given a refresher course.
Well,
Did I say refresher? I mean a starter course. But
what is the vague
okay.
idea that you want to do?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering how many actions is casting a spell cost. So it's okay. So
Each one has its own cost. Like if you wanted to cast, for example, Electric Arc, that's 2 actions.
yeah, they're usually
Okay,
like
so I just gotta. I got
Most of them are 2.
Got it. And I get 3 per turn, right?
You get 3 per turn unless something says you don't.
Okay.
These enemies, for example, only get 2 because that's how they do.
Right. Okay, I'd like to make a nature check. Make a new one.
Is that nature or is it?
Ooh. Well, I want to see if are they undead or not.
But is that nature? What check is that?
That's what I'm rolling.
So it depends. Normally, so this is one of those cases where you ask me first.
Yeah, don't worry about that roll if it's not what he needs to do.
But
The pulse of
your
life.
nature check reveals that these are natural creatures. Well, not natural, but they are not undead.
Okay, that actually really affects what I was gonna do. Good.
All right, that was your first
Okay.
action.
That was my first action. And then
You
One
may
second.
want to consider movement also. That is, another thing.
There are 2 kinds of movement. There is a stride, which you move up to your full speed, unless you're going over difficult terrain or anything like that, and I haven't thrown that in yet. And there is a step, which you move 5 feet, but you don't provoke attacks of opportunity or anything.
I doubt these creatures are capable of doing those, by the way.
We're at
just
CR -1, so no. You're not capable of doing that.
You sent 5 fighters at us. Deal with it.
okay, I'm gonna cast hydraulic push.
All
Okay.
right, let's go.
So ranged spell attack.
Pick a target as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how to ping one.
Just hold your mouse over, hold and click. Yeah. Okay.
Ah, okay,
Hold
cool.
and click. Is that
Yeah,
how
so I'm
you
gonna
do it?
attack that one.
Oh.
And then I don't know how to make the ranged spell.
Roll your.
So type /R
Hold on.
1d20.
Plus 7?
You're trained in primal, right?
Yeah, and he's
Yes.
got 18 wisdom. So it should be plus 7?
He has 18 wisdom or 16 wisdom?
18.
Why is his key ability wrong? It's not strength, it's wisdom. Yes, it's 1d20 plus 7.
Oh my god, that's not good.
And that goes against AC because it's an attack roll.
Yeah, it's attack. You miss. A blast of water goes sneaking into the night.
My first ever combat roll, everyone.
Time to get mauled by zombies.
How is it? I just want to ask. but I don't think I've made you roll that many checks. And we've had a substantial number of ones.
And 20s.
Yes, but Wes took all the 20s when they didn't count.
Yeah, that's true.
And Norbert has had multiple ones. Like, come on, guys, it was 60 a cart. I was literally just doing it to make sure that everyone knew how to roll things.
Alright,
Solve
there goes half
problems.
your spell slots. Let's go.
Play my dice.
But yeah, so blast of water ricochets off into the night, and you hear a squawk as you manage to hit some bird in its sleep and splash it.
Well,
Luckily,
they gave
it
that bird a
lost
bath.
all of the oomph by the time it hit that. It went that.
That's
Yeah, it's
good.
only 60 feet range.
That was a turn, everyone.
You watered
That
some
was-
plants, dude. You're following
it's
your
Norbert's turn.
druidic ways.
You also, Norbert, need to make a fortitude check. Or fortitude save.
Oh,
Thank you.
they just exude mist.
Okay. You're familiar, and you manage to hold your breath and not breathe in the toxic gas that's rolling off this creature in a radius of 5 feet. Continue with your turn as normal.
Wait a second. I need to check something.
So, how do we
Okay.
keep track of what uses what kind of action? Because I noticed at the top it says
There's
like
no
single-
types of actions except for reactions, and free actions are different. But like everything else is just actions. You have a pool of 3.
Oh, I see.
Certain
Is-
actions
what
will
is-
cost you-
I imagine you're gonna rage. What does that take? Is that a free action?
I would-
I
Barbarian.
didn't actually put rage down.
Rage takes an action.
Okay.
I
And
think
so,
I
in terms of sort of counting your actions in the middle of a turn, you just have to be able to count to 3, and keep that in your head for more than 5.
You know, given how well he's been doing on his perception rolls, I'm not sure he can perceive him taking an action to count it.
How did I get over
I
here?
didn't actually put down like the rage and stuff in my character sheet, so I don't like have 100%.
All right, well, let's open up the barbarian page.
Yeah. You tap into your inner fury and begin raging. You gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your level plus your constitution modifier. Friends last for 1 minute until there are no more enemies or until you fall unconscious. You can't voluntarily stop raging. While you are raging, you deal 2 additional damage. You take a -1 penalty to AC, and you can't concentrate.
Right, he has
using-
a +1 con mod. So he gets 2 temporary hit points.
Yes, so you can set your hit points to 21.
Did it update? Or shit.
You just click on the token from there, right?
Yes.
Alright, Fury Instinct. Increase the additional damage from rage from 2 to 6. And you resist physical weapon damage. But I don't think you actually have that resistance yet. It's just the type of resistance you will get later.
Well,
But you don't have the specialization ability, do you?
No, he does not
Get
have that yet. Alright. Well, you have 2 actions left to do anything if you raged.
I'm going to just stand my ground and attack it.
With...
Okay, roll
My
your
great
attacks.
Alright. That takes 1 action.
So do I
It's
just
on your
like,
character sheet.
yeah, I was gonna say, do I just click the melee strike for great axe? Like,
Yep, we
You
prepared that.
should, yeah.
But you'll also do 6 more damage than what it says if you do hit, because you're raging.
Hang on.
Okay, I'm pretty sure they don't have more than 22 AC.
They do not, so you deal 17 damage to it.
That's okay.
Okay, so it's more than 12, though.
Basically, I'm dead if he decides to attack me like that.
Well, it's kind of his job to do a shit ton of damage. Particularly because he gets a bunch of fire.
Well, he's the only one who took a 1d12 weapon, so...
We finally found what Norbert's good at, guys.
no, I
Surprise! The barbarian can hit enemies!
You just can't see where they are.
Alright. Is the Shambler still standing?
The Shambler is still standing, although he has a massive gash that is now pumping a mix of blood and sort of like a strange ooze onto the ground.
Well, you have another action.
I guess for reference, we don't know how much health these have.
You do not.
So we
I will
get a
tell
vague
you
sense,
the
but-
I will tell you the ballpark if you want.
No, I mean, I'm just curious because I know how far it can move, and I know how far I can move. I'm not getting away from that. So I'm just going to
You
do
can
what I
probably
do
finish
best
it off if you hit.
and swing again.
Okay,
This is at a -5.
so this does not hit. Still, as it staggers back from the first blow, you give another blind swipe, but it's dark and it's flailing, and it's been quite some time since you've seen real combat like this, and in the stress of it all, you just narrowly miss it. Your axe scrapes its disintegrating nose and catches nothing but air and cartilage.
Well, that's a turn.
Indeed, it is. It is its turn, and in return, as it stumbles back forward, what is this button? Right button. Does a 24 hit your AC?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's 18.
I have 18. Yeah.
Yep.
All of us do except for Rain, who has 17.
It sort of lurches forward, and seeming to forget the short sword belted at its hip, it just sort of slams a disgusting hand right into your schnoz. You take 6 bludgeoning damage.
Oop.
Um,
Alright, Yoji, you gotta take the damage. Nice. But that's not all.
Yes, because it has a second action. And as you reel, you realize that its other hand has wrap around and grab you by your hair. You are grabbed.
He has hair?
Do you have hair?
He doesn't
No.
have hair on.
Oh, it grabs
Okay.
you by the neck. Then
Yeah,
it's
what
sort of
is
like,
that floppy ears?
yeah, we'll say it grabs you by the ears. You're grabbed though. Enda arrives at the scene. Pick a space somewhere at the bottom of the map.
That grab was at -5, right?
It doesn't matter. It grabs as its action.
Oh, it has improved. Or no, wait, that's what is
Monster
the
grabs
grab?
work slightly differently.
Yeah, it's not a grapple. It's just the grab ability. I see.
This is your turn is arriving, buddy. So this is your turn.
Okay, we're here though,
You are anywhere on the bottom line of this map.
so I can choose roughly where I could be.
Yes. You cannot be on a rock, on that large rock.
It looks like I'm slightly behind him actually, so I'm not actually there yet
Is there
anyway.
like a movement action in particular? Or do you just tell you right click?
Yeah, this is the stride action.
I mean, like, I just wanted to see it.
Oh.
You use the ruler typically.
So is it gonna auto snap currently?
It should auto snap.
Okay.
You
Nice.
want snap to center.
Is that? I guess I just physically moved my token then.
Yes, but your turn is arriving to the battle. This is your turn, so you get to pick anywhere on this
so
bottom.
I'm not getting actions. I'm just picking my weapon.
Yes,
Could we be slightly off the map?
if you would like to be.
A little more space than that? Well, I'm not... My initiative isn't here yet, so I'm not picking it.
There, you can be off the map if you like.
Alright. Well, it's not my turn yet.
It's the other host of zombies. Sorry, I used the wrong word. Sorry, they're shamblers. They're not zombies.
They're not undead.
They're not undead.
It's like, what?
Did somebody say undead?
Not this guy.
That's gonna move here.
I think we have this cart.
It's a card of flanking protection.
I don't think they're smart enough to flank, but you know,
They're
could happen
not.
by accident.
Oops.
Rage!
You're
I
really
was, I was just making it so I know. And I clicked it.
These two next to Rainu don't have to stride twice to get into range, so they will attack. 23 will hit Rainu's AC, so Rainu gets a meaty hand to the face for 4 bludgeoning damage.
Oof.
And then another meaty hand to the face for another 7 bludgeoning damage.
Oh my god.
Is there any room for him to walk out of there?
Yeah,
I can probably step to the right.
you can also walk diagonally. So.
You could probably get onto the cart from there if you wanted to be fancy.
You could get on the cart. The only way that you can't get on the cart is from this direction.
So there's some stuff there.
Or rather,
All right, Raina,
the
you
only place
gotta
you can
decrease your health.
Climb up on the cart and cancel or that for that.
Raina, you took damage. You gotta.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Okay.
It's Wes's turn. He arrives on the scene.
All right, I choose to arrive next to Enda, like right there.
Okay,
Wait.
you arrive there.
Oh, I need to select the right tool. That's okay. I did snap.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to either.
Yeah.
It's Baz's turn.
Okay.
I would recommend not starting a turn next to them because they can't do their grab. If you
Yeah, how do I do the arrow thing to check distance?
You
So on
pick
the
the
far
other
left
tool.
of the screen, there's a bunch of tools. Beneath the magnifying glass is a little ruler.
Yeah, that's the
No,
measuring
snap to
tool.
center. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna do a step to get.
You
Pick.
you don't have to worry about attack of opportunity. You can stride if you want.
Oh, they don't have that.
They
They
don't.
don't have
It's
attacks of
not
opportunity.
something everyone has.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm gonna do.
It's something that's sort of restricted to like martial, like trained fighters and what.
Right. What's my movement again?
25.
25.
You don't want to hunker down with us.
And these guys, while they may have been trained fighters at one point, you see weapons on their belt. You definitely want to snap to center them.
Oh yeah. If you want to like move not in a straight line, I think you like push Q to
Or right click.
create a waypoint. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna stride down there.
Okay.
That's one action.
Hang on. And I am going to spend. Oh wait, no. You know, I can attack and then move, right?
You can indeed attack and then move.
Yes, but if you're intending to cast heal, you're probably going to want to cast a 2-action version of heal.
Oh yeah, that's right. That heals more.
It
Okay,
has a
I'll do that.
lot more.
Okay, so I'll move there, and then I will do. My spell menu. That I will spend my next 2 actions doing that on myself.
All right.
Okay.
Roll 1d8 plus 8.
You heal 14 hit points. Wow.
Oh, well, you're full health now.
Whoop! Hold on. There we go. I'm not that full.
Oops, I didn't mean to move them out.
Oh, someone casts
Beneath your feet.
like planar shifting or something.
Continental shift.
What I meant to do is, wow, space contracts and people are still on the fucking battle map. I've painstakingly found for you guys.
Reno gets really angry at his health being restored and tosses the cart like 30 feet.
Isn't that funny how that happened?
Circle's closing in.
Okay, it's Norbert's turn.
Do the thing, Norbert.
I do what I do best.
All right, roll a strike.
A 9 will not hit.
You
You're
can try
unable to
again.
bring your axe to bear in the close confines of the tent, and this thing has you by the ear, and he's like wrenching, and it's like spitting in your face, and you can't seem to get a hit on it.
I'm gonna be real. You don't have that many options.
Yeah,
You
no.
can escape. You can take an action to escape from grapple.
Escape has the attack trait, so it is affected and contributes to multiple attack penalty.
That is true.
So your odds of escaping are lower because you already attacked.
And if you do a second attack, it has a penalty.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
you're less
you
likely
don't
to
have any
hit.
better. You don't have any better shots right now.
Also, you need to make a fortitude save.
Oh yeah, because he started his turn next to it.
Okay, you're good.
He can hold his breath. Wait a
But he
second.
can't see shit. he's a man of few talents.
The
let's
bag
be
is
honest.
still slightly on him, and it's protecting him.
Norbert continues to do what he does best.
That's at a -5.
What's the 5?
That will hit.
That's multiple attack penalty.
Well, multiple attack I thought was -2.
No, it's -5.
-5 or 10.
Oh, wait. I
Or
think
4 or
-2
8 if
was
you're
like,
agile.
Never mind.
Yes, but that will hit. And so, even though as you're wrestling in his arm, you manage to sort of like bring your axe one-handed like dig into the side of him. And so now he's got a big L-shaped cut. His guts are spewing out. But it seems that this shambling creature still has a little bit of life in him. You get a perception check from you, Norbert.
You remembered rage damage, right?
Oh, sorry. He deals what, 6 more?
Yes.
He's barely standing. And you notice, finally, now that he's so damn close to you, and you train your vision not on his poor dental work, but he has a large, glowing red stone, seemingly embedded in his forehead. And with every blow that you've landed on him, pulses with an ill light. It definitely makes you uncomfortable to look at.
If you're gonna make another strike, I would do it unarmed, with like a headbutt or something, because unarmed is agile, and you would only be at a -8 instead of a
Is it
-10.
beneficial to yell out that they have the stone on them?
You would have to take an action to call things out, I think, right?
I think talking is a free action.
Technically, it depends on how many words you use. Also, I don't know you would be able to describe it well enough in 2 seconds.
I mean, they have the stone as words.
Hit the stone is 3 words.
I feel like your character would just be more focused on what's in front of him than...
I think it's his character.
Also, technically speaking, you didn't realize you were looking for a stone. But
Yeah, I was going to say, we don't have any reason to know
understand
anything
what
other
he's
than that's
talking
what we're
about.
looking.
I mean, if you want to shout, go ahead, but it doesn't feel like it makes sense. Oh yeah, you have teeth.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I like just use my teeth to try to like bite his arm off of me
as an escape or an attack?
and escape?
Yes, you can attempt to make an escape.
Yeah, you can make escapes with unarmed attack rolls. That is correct. Or athletics if that's higher.
What is escape contested by? The grapple check? Athletics?
It's athletics DC. Yeah. You have to 10 plus their athletics modifier.
And that's at the -8 from.
Yes, it's
Yes,
an
you
unarmed.
fail to escape.
Yeah.
Well, that's that turn.
Your teeth bite into its melting flesh, and you get a mouthful of disgusting ichor. But it manages to hold on to your ear still.
I need to check something real quick. Keep going.
Okay. um, seeing you bite into it, seems to return the favor as it brings its jaws down on you. But its jaws skitter off or rather, they sink into your hide armor. You're wearing hide, right, or something armor?
I think he's wearing scale now, right? Also, he has -2 AC because he's grappled.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because it rolled like shit.
Let me double check because I want to say I had scale mail. Yeah, I have
It's the
scale mail.
it's the same AC.
Yeah.
Once for everyone.
But yeah, the Jaws strike does not have agile, so it was a -10.
Yeah.
Double checked.
But the jaws of this shambler, it sort of gnoms on your armor, and you hear a strange crack as you think you see a tooth fly past your cheek. But it maintains its hold on you. It's Enda's turn.
Did it roll to keep him grappled?
It doesn't have to roll.
Yeah,
Really?
grapples last until he escapes release.
No.
It takes an
there
action every one of its turns, but as long as
Okay.
so its first roll is part of its attack, and then it spends an action to grab.
Oh, I see. If he, okay. Now
And
I
then it
understand what you
continues
did.
the grab with another action.
But he failed the attack, so he can't actually do that, right?
I'm pretty sure the grab ability lets.
It doesn't have to
Yeah,
be
he
on
doesn't-
successful attack.
He doesn't.
Hang on.
Because he never
Rules
let go.
lawyering.
Grab, monster ability. The monster's last action was a success with a strike that lets grab in its damage entry, or it has a creature grabbed using this action.
Okay, so they can just do it.
Yeah, the monster automatically grabs the target until the end of the monster's next turn.
Enda will draw his sword and call out to Baz. What happened to Norbert?
I don't know. He went into that tent, and I just hear screaming.
Is he screaming?
He got his ear getting pulled.
He's swinging an axe around.
Oh, I realize I should be making you draw your weapon, but Enda and Wes arrived on the scene with their weapons drawn.
Is my crossbow loaded?
Yes.
Okay, I chose to load it with a poison bolt.
Enda will just strike out at the closest Shambler because Norbert can fucking
Holy shit. Well. You land a crushing blow on closest Shambler. And whatever fell vitality is infusing the one that Norbert happens to be dealing with, not that you know what that is, doesn't seem to be present in these ones. Their armor has crumbled seemingly to dust by a result of their mist exposure, and your short sword rips easily through it. You split this Shambler nearly head to toe, but it remains standing, just wobbling back and forth on its toes, its guts pouring out onto the ground in front of you. It is still alive, unfortunately.
I'm good at finishing creatures off, but they'll get.
But that was a
if
crit.
you don't kill it. If
Baz, what are you doing?
Huh?
what?
Oh, I was just putting in my
You
my
didn't mean to click
like
that.
staff melee thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I clicked. I thought I clicked gear.
Yeah, no, it happens. I was just curious.
Alright.
No,
I'm trying to get all this stuff set up so it's.
if you
not
don't
like-
finish it off, make sure you move out of its range before the end of your turn, so that it has to move to attack you. Listen,
I'm going to accidentally saying stride after this location.
Okay,
and
you do so.
Make another attack roll against the other enemy. Because
Okay.
I'm not also very concerned about the last one.
This is at a -4.
I'm more concerned about staying
Well,
Ooh.
you critically failed.
one way or the other.
As you attempt to sort of do a similar mighty as before, your sword, despite its it's the short sword is not a dinky weapon, but you give sort of a wide, awesome swing, and it's like thunk as you swing and hit the cart instead, and you feel kind of like an idiot.
At least I did it on the other side of the cart.
Yeah.
Yeah. The inspectors won't notice.
They saw the
It's not
important
like stuck in
Oh
the
wait,
cart.
you are the
I'm not-
inspector.
I'm not doing that, critical miss, you chop off your foot bullshit, but I do like to know
yeah, please.
sometimes it's being a little bit silly.
You send your sword flying and it hits Norbert and kills him.
Whoops.
Oh, I didn't
Okay,
know short
that's
swords are so
3
effective.
actions. This guy is going to seek revenge. So he's going to step and go and attempt to smack you. His claws sort of rattle on your scale mail, and similarly the other one gives a right-handed sweep across your chest, and you hear the shriek of your metal. And on the return stroke with its left hand, oh, your AC is what? Your AC is 18. Oh.
Yes. 18 is a very common number when we can't start with plate armor.
Yeah, that's okay. On the return stroke, so it gives a right-handed sweep across your chest, and it scatters across your armor. And on the left-handed one, as it comes back, it just barely swings in front of your face, and you lean just slightly backwards at the opportune moment, and you hear the whoosh of air as it swipes across your face. You escape all harm. On the other end of the cart,
I don't want to die.
these two are going to shamble forward.
I'm gonna die.
And one of them is going to go towards Wes, and one of them is going to go towards
Oh, thank God, I'm not
Baz.
gonna die.
So the one towards Wes, again, they sort of stumble forward from the darkness, and Wes nimbly dodges out of the way. And the one towards Baz is not so lucky. A 26 will hit. But it's, again, only just sort of like a backhanded slap across the face. You take 4 bludgeoning damage.
Getting punked in the head. Just healing it up.
I can take it.
It's Wes's turn.
Can I roll something to figure out if they'll resist damage types?
Yes.
What would I roll to do that?
You have Mistlore, so roll Mistlore.
Okay, I'll take an action to recall knowledge about mist.
This sort of mist-warped humanoid, they don't appear to have any resistance they didn't have in life.
Do they have weaknesses then?
They don't have any weaknesses they don't have in life.
Well,
Voice is
that
good, dude.
leaves me to do things. Alright, first, let's see. I can move 30 feet. I want to move... Oh, I need to measure first. Man, there's no... Alright. So I'll move there. I stride over here. And I take a shot at the shambler to the left of Bazal. And I roll this.
And that will do.
I need a fortitude save because that was a poison bolt with... That's not the right button.
They do see... It does save. But it does have a bolt sticking right out of its eye. And it is... it reels back, And Baz, you get a disgusting sort of again this black ichor boiling out of its eye socket almost surrounding the.
I am not having a good day.
That is my whole turn.
Okay. It's Baz's turn.
Okay. I am going to one, two, three, four, five. Move there.
Did you take a shield?
No.
Okay.
But I have like almost all my money, so I'll have to buy one eventually. So that's one action. I'm gonna spend 2 actions on produce flame.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Always
throw
try.
it at that guy.
So it's 1d20 plus 7.
Wait, D20? I don't think so. It's 1d4.
No,
No, it's your
rolling to
attack
hit.
roll. Make a
Oh,
spell
to
attack
hit.
roll against your target's AC.
It's yeah.
Okay, and now you roll your 1d4 plus 3, which doesn't really matter technically.
Oh wait, yeah. No, he has 4 Wismod.
Oh, 1d4 plus 4. So it ultra doesn't matter. How do you cast magic, by the way? How do you feel personally like you cast magic?
I reach down and I take a fistful of dirt and I clutch it in my hands, transforming the raw essence of nature into what I'm trying to produce. And I reel my arm back and I throw a ball of fire towards this meat abomination.
And it splashes against its face and engulfs it in flame, and it reels back to the ground with a dull sizzle and a thump. This
Nice,
is.
we did it.
I can. Right thing. That is one dead shambler.
Haha! First blood.
Indeed, first blood. It's Orbert's turn. Make a fortitude save.
Do-
You're good.
I had just now, like, I had remembered that I could actually add the rage temporary damage to the weapon, but since
We've
my
been counting
rage,
it.
Yeah, we've been.
my rage ends after a minute, it's probably
That's
been
10 rounds.
Yeah.
It-
Each round is
It's
only
10
10
rounds. You took 2
Oh.
rounds.
So a round is 6 seconds. So
Yeah, so dude,
Ah.
you're the Hulk for like 8 more turns.
okay.
Yeah.
you're assumed to be raging once per combat. Is the
Ah.
So, it seems like this guy has a lot more health.
Anyway, I added the
Yeah,
6.
He got the stage, I think.
Pick your killer axe and kill.
Yeah, I took
the
the
sage
6
might be
and I
alive. There's
added
only
it,
5
so
of
I
them.
don't know if it'll work
That
the way I
is
think it
not the
does.
sage.
but-
the sage is not on the expedition. The sage hired.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
And remember, that guy had a badge from the association, which
They
I
all have
assume is
badges.
sage.
Actually, you've seen them. They all
We can
have
inspect them
Yeah.
after the battle if we live.
Anyway, I start screaming, saying, "Not the mist again, not the mist," and the axe.
All right, you gotta roleplay it.
Oh god, he's raging.
Wait, how do you have
Hold on.
how do you have a
This is
plus
the part where I
13
play
mod?
Fortunate Son for the stream.
The rage, because I took the instinct, it's supposed to give 6 attack, and I added it. If I'm doing it right, I added it to the temp for
It's
the
6
great axe.
damage, not attack.
Is that not what temp is?
No,
How do I add-
attack is your chance to hit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me take that out then. So where do I add the 6 in here?
You
We
you can add it to your damage, but we can also just add it on when we know you're raging. Like we can
Yes.
just do it on the
Okay.
fly.
Well, I'll just re-roll. Do I
You
re-roll
missed.
it?
Well, no, because it would you rolled a 1, and you
Oh,
wouldn't.
Yeah, that
You
ain't
missed.
hitting. You hit more tent than mutant.
So in your frenzied swings, you are cutting great gouges in the tent, but not in the foe in front of you.
Is there enough gouges to move through it potentially?
Possibly.
If you want
You're
to
still
try,
grappled
maybe.
though.
Well, he can try to escape first action next turn.
Still
Pretty
got
good
2
chance.
actions.
I'm just gonna swing again.
There you go.
Oh!
You gotta roll high eventually.
And on your
That's a 21.
second try, you manage to sort of pivot with the grip around your ear. And as the creature is sort of swaying to dodge your friendly axe swings, it doesn't realize that you're going for something, a massive spinning strike that manages with the momentum of your body to bury your axe in the side of its skull. As you cleave it 3/4 of the way through, striking it dead.
He's not getting back up from that one.
Don't worry, guys. I saved myself.
You are free from your grapple as it sort of slides to the left side of the tent and just sort of like slumps.
So I can move with my last movement, or what?
Yes,
You
25
may.
feet.
Shit. Where's the?
Or you
3?
could do something else if you felt like it.
Wait.
Maybe you wanna
If you want to keep your head back in that bag, you just finish search.
have a smoke.
Are those oranges on the ground?
I believe.
I believe they're mushrooms.
Don't call me an expert, but
I mean, Norbert being Norbert, I walk over and start eating
You
on the
just like
mushroom.
threw a hole in the tent, use some like translucent orange mushrooms.
Alright.
Maybe
Good
this will
job.
get the taste of that.
We'll figure out what those
out of my
mushrooms
mouth.
are for you later.
I might be the nature expert of the group. But even I don't think that oranges grow on the floor.
I sent you with Norbert for legitimate concerning reasons.
Okay, but like to be fair, there's a tree to the right, and it looks like it has those on it.
Look, I've been clubbed in the head 3 times, and I'm still dealing with 3 zombies over here. Okay, I can't babysit Norbert.
Listen, goblins are gonna be
If he eats a
goblins.
mushroom that's bad, he'll learn.
Well, he's a goblin, so he's probably the one that can get away with it.
Alright, was the mushroom poisonous?
We'll find out later.
Oh, no.
Digest it, man. It's only been 6 seconds.
Well, he's dead. So it's Enda's turn.
I'm gonna have to treat poison later. Actually, Rena's
So-
better at it.
Kind of hearing the clamoring from the tent being torn apart behind me, I'll sort of, I assume I have a decent view of it. Next to the
Yes,
campfire.
you can turn your head and look.
Yeah. I just want to kind of shout out and like, Norbert, you good?
I'm good.
Mushroom eating.
As he
sound.
wipes mushroom from his mouth.
You want a mushroom?
Through a mouthful of mushrooms.
I'm good.
I'm good. You want one?
Ugh. It's sort of like one motion as he's like frustrated, shaking his head. He'll direct his rage at the should be dead zombie that's flapping away at him for no reason, growing increasingly frustrated.
I mean,
It's
That's not a zombie. That's a shambler.
Which one are you hitting?
It's the weakened one, I believe that.
It dies. With sort of utilitarian chop. You just sort of like karate chop it with your sword right in the skull, and it just sort of like you just see all the oomph drop out of it. Its knees collapse and it falls to the ground dead.
I will follow that up, turning along with the same motion and reaching out with my free hand to attempt a snagging strike. And
oh, here we go, boys.
attack roll for that. With,
That's at -4.
yeah, we'll just add all this -1.
And you
No,
manage to
Agile
sort
is
of
one
turn your
less.
chopping motion, and you sort of like cut like a wedge out of the first shambler's skull as you swing it into the other shambler. and it bites pretty deep, and you manage to knock the Shambler off balance. So that Shambler is 1, taking 6 damage, and 2 is flat-footed until the next turn.
My next turn, yeah.
Wait,
2. You have one more action.
I do have one more action. Right, I'm gonna keep playing.
Alright, at a -8.
That hits as well, actually. Because it gets the -2 to AC from being flat-footed.
Yep. That's the strat.
That is the strat. Pro strats right there.
12.
As it stumbles into the cart and sort of like splashes up against the cart, you turn and then jam your short sword into its kidney and deal another 6 damage. Quite the efficient machine here.
That's short sword investment paying off.
That's fighter
The boss
being
for
fighter.
a reason.
But it fights through whatever dim sense of pain that it can still sense, and rears up from the cart and brings down a claw on you. But it sort of catches you on the shoulder and you shrug it off, and attempts to do so one more time. And again, it simply cannot muster the strength as it's bleeding out blood and ichor to pierce through your armor. Over on the other side of the cart, your friend Baz is again confronted by the shambling mistwalkers as one lurches towards him.
Please don't punch me in the head.
There's almost been a boxer in a previous life because it jabs out towards you, but Baz has a moment of intuition and he bombs and weaves and evades the strike.
On my head.
It's Wes's turn.
Alright, I throw first of all, I release one of my hands from my crossbow as a free action, and then I throw Lesser Alchemist Fire, choosing to only splash the main target at the one next to Renu.
It de-splash. That does what, 4, 5 fire?
It does 1 splash if it doesn't hit. If it hits either way. Okay, so it does 4 damage plus 1 perpetual fire damage and 1 fire splash damage, as it says. And the rules on perpetual damage, I don't remember right now. I'll have to bring it up. I have 2 more actions.
I think it does it at the beginning of its turn.
Yeah, and then it gets a flat save after that. Right. After that, I reload, which, as part of reloading, I grip my crossbow. So that's 1 action, and I fire at the same target at a -5.
That will hit.
That's my turn.
15. Okay. Bolt finds its way into the Shambler's shoulder and it rocks back. And you hear sort of the crackle of the bolt as it gets a little bit sizzled by the fire still sticking to it. It's Baz's turn.
Normal bolt, by the way.
Yeah, but it's on fire, so I mean the Shambler is on fire.
Yes.
So I'm looking at my character sheet. What number am I looking at that determines like my ability to hit with melee?
Typically your strength modifier.
And your proficiency, which would be.
So what I'm gonna do is this guy right in front of me. I'm gonna grab my staff, bring it in 2 hands, and just clap him in the head.
I imagine you already had it 2-handed, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I don't have anything else to hold, so I'm going to attempt to clap it in the head. I don't think I'm doing so hot.
Yeah,
Well, you have 2
it's
ones.
on fire and you're like rearing back from it and it smells and you're like, oh my god, what is that popping, sizzling noise? That isn't like, is that like...
Got immolated 5 feet away from you.
I'm gonna
Okay.
teach you something right now.
Seconds before you see a
Wait.
glass vial like fly over your shoulder and explode into flame on his face, and you're just like, hey.
Listen, it's okay.
I'm
Trained. All right, Rain, I'm gonna teach you something.
Okay.
You took Electric Arc, right?
No.
Electric Arc doesn't suffer from multiple attack penalty because it's a save, so you should do
Well,
that.
that'll be good to know in the future, but I didn't take Electric Arc.
Well,
So, instinctively trying to not be friends with the fire raging in front of me, I'm gonna turn to, with my remaining 2 actions, turn over to where Enda is and fire a ray of frost at the one he's attacking.
Okay, that's at a -5.
Yeah, so I don't remember what I roll. For
So it's a 1d20 plus 2.
Yeah, because +7 -5.
/R 1d20 plus 2.
the -5
That'll
would
do.
be nice. And then
Now roll your 1d4 plus 4.
hey, another 7.
And that's your turn.
A bolt of chilly energy leaps from your finger. Well, actually, we're gonna do it like this. Once more, you sort of reach down into the dirt, and you fling a handful of dirt, and mid-flight it transforms into a spray of ice shards that bury themselves in the back of the Shambler's back.
Yeah.
Flesh, and it sort of rocks forward, and you can sort of, and you feel a blast of cool air sort of burst onto your face, and it's quite refreshing in sort of the heat of combat and the scent of whatever the hell these things are. Again, I think I called it a mix of ozone, burning hair, and putrid flesh. It is actually a smell that you are quite familiar with, unpleasantly familiar with, perhaps. But the thing still stands, unfortunately.
Damn.
It's Norbert's turn.
Do mushroom good.
I think I'll have another.
Norbert, get over here and help us!
I also guess I'm still in possession of Rene's familiar. If I'm of concern to anybody.
Damn.
Oh my god, you can actually totally make that.
Oh my god.
From
Man,
that square, I can't attack it, can I?
Well, if you're using 2 move actions, you have 1 action left you can attack with.
I
But
think
I'm
you need
saying
to
attacking
attack
it from right there.
You can attack diagonally, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to figure that out because assuming sitting here eating mushrooms didn't do anything to me.
Just gonna leap over that log, get into position, and hacha!
So I can use 2 actions to diddle my way over here.
I mean, even if you couldn't, you could always throw an axe.
Yeah!
I've got 20 feet of rope tied to him.
I'm sure there's some action economy things with like switching hands and stuff to iron out as we get better at this.
Yeah.
Jim's
I
been
keep-
paying more attention to them, and I like that, but not everyone else. I don't want to like hold everyone else accountable. Oh god, you missed an action.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about the whole like gripping and stuff, so
Alright, what happened? I disconnected.
I'm under the impression that I'm probably needing to anyway, I run over to end his help after I finished my little mushroom snack, and I jump off the log and swing at the shambler in front of him.
Diving in with a great axe.
Please don't roll out. Okay, whew.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't a crit, but it did only have 1 HP remaining.
Oh, that guy's mashed potatoes.
Oh man, I knew I should have bombed it.
And so Norbert, as he leaps off the log with this 2-handed axe in hand, he just brings it down in a mighty cleave. And just with the weight of steel and leap and little goblin body, he manages to cleave this distorted creature literally in 2. Just a straight vertical chomp. And it
50
too
pounds of
is
rope
dead.
Whoa.
It's the Enda's turn.
Wes is not accustomed to the level of gore displayed.
Oh, how is experience handled?
Don't worry. About
I'm personally a big fan of milestone leveling, so you level up
Yeah.
when I tell you you do.
it.
Oh,
So don't
okay,
worry
good.
about it.
Yeah.
I was just curious because I mean it'd be kind of goofy if we were getting EXP
Yeah,
based
not
on what we
something
killed
to
and whatnot.
No, in any EXP system, you gain EXP as a party.
Yeah.
All right.
That even if you go off on your own and you have like a sneaking mission and only the rogue is doing the sneaking, that's still a threat that's being overcome by the party as a whole.
Yeah.
So everyone levels together.
So
But
how many
I don't like
actions are
tracking
this for?
experience because it makes me feel like I have to do bookkeeping to make sure that you're keeping a pace of the story.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you accomplish sort of major things and you close out arcs and you reach points where I think that you deserve to be more powerful, I'll simply say that you level up at the end of the session. But it's end of turn.
Is it safe to assume that, considering Norbert's little feat there, I'm fairly well flattered that stuff fluid?
You can be splattered if you want to be.
Well, the point is with the attack on my senses as far as spell goes regarding the current state of my enemy. Enda will sort of, as his frustration's been peaking, he kind of just rages a little bit and lets out a guttural yell of just pent up frustration and anger, and will sprint over here, short sword first, and swing and just angrily hack away at this thing.
Like a jilted waifu.
Yeah.
Murdering somebody with a stolen kitchen knife. You
Yeah,
tackle
sort of like
the
a rage
poor
brought on
shambler.
by fear.
Like a yandere, you just sort of shank it right in the kidney. And with a sad, anime-esque gasp, the shambler breathes its last tortured breath, and it too falls silent.
Well, at least it got a cremation.
Yes. And with sort of a dramatic swish of his blade and the flicks burning gobs of ichor onto the ground. Nobody fucks with me.
Don't flick it onto the cart. It's made of wood.
Hey, we lived.
So,
You did live. Congratulations on clearing your first combat. Initiative is You are now free to move about the cabin.
So while you guys are celebrating victory, Norbert's running around picking up all the mushrooms.
So those were the Mistgripped. Is that the other expedition?
Judging from the badges on there, yeah, I'm guessing so.
Shit.
Get the corpses away from the camp. Can't be near them.
We should burn them, right?
Yeah, immediately.
Well, where are we gonna do that?
Over here.
Should we maybe examine them first? Perhaps they have a clue as to what happened here.
You guys are the mist experts, not me.
Baz!
Yeah.
Want a mushroom?
Someone should probably examine the big
You
one.
know what? Sure, I'll take one of those mushrooms.
All right.
My hand.
Can you tell what it does?
I'd like to find out if I know what kind of mushroom this is.
Yeah, it's a nature check.
Can I roll herbalism? Herbalism lore to identify it?
No.
Just take a bite of it. Good.
Oh no.
And to eat a mushroom.
Would that
This is Baz. According to your druidic training, this is a what is it called? This is a variety of
golden
mushrooms.
Oreo.
make it up?
Every Vulvaria.
Am I allowed to also identify it while I'm looking at them do this stupid?
Yes. Attempt to roll nature.
Can I use herbalism lore instead?
Yes. You recognize it more properly as a hobbit's Volvaria.
Alright. What does that do?
Some people use it in cooking.
I leave them to it. I don't say anything.
Enda's ignoring this entire little engagement here. He's just doing his best to drag the corpses over to the field, muttering to himself.
Yeah, I'd like to sling one over my back and haul it over to the right.
You haul it over to the right. It's gonna move those
Okay,
over.
I go and grab the tent, kind of catching on, and start dragging it over.
Does anyone
Make a
notice?
fortitude save. Okay, you're good.
Norbert's kind of the one to...
Does
Yeah,
Norbert
I-
mention anything about the special Shambler?
Wait, what'd you say?
Do you mention anything about the special gem in the guy's head?
Oh, I didn't know if that was something I noticed or he was explaining.
No, that was
You noticed
something
it.
only you noticed.
Oh, okay.
You're the one who's seen it until now. As a random piece of mushroom lore, both the savory Volvaria and Hobbit's Volvaria are actual mushrooms in the setting. The savory Volvaria tastes good. The Hobbits.
I've got like 19 mushrooms in my bag now.
Maybe your sense of taste is just so bad, but you thought they tasted good.
All right, I go to Enda. Enda, there was a gem in their head. A gem!
What?
What kind of gem?
It was red and shiny.
Wasn't it orange?
I don't
It
know.
was red.
Okay.
And a sort of... he's not very excited about it, but he'll walk over and sort of lean in, covering his mouth to try and avoid any sort of inhalation of stuff in this thing.
Hold up a second. That gem doesn't look good.
Yeah, so you sort of flip the thing over, the corpse, and you do see a large, sort of spherical red gem buried in this corpse's forehead. And Norbert, before it had sort of been pulsing with a light, and it's grown mostly dim, but you do see a glimmer that's not sort of reflecting starlight or moonlight or torchlight. It seems to glow with an inner light.
Does this
Faint.
Shambler itself have any other distinctions besides the gem?
Roll perception. No.
Okay, well, I did not even think to consider it then.
Could this be a party roll, considering we're all sort of
Yes, everyone else may continue to roll.
analyzing this
I
corpse?
think I'm pretty focused in on that gem, though.
That's fine. I'm pretty just paranoid about the whole thing.
Well, and you recognize that his badge is the same as yours, and that the other Shamblers have a badge that is an initiate's badge. You all have badges somewhere that you may choose or choose not to wear.
Wes would be proud.
Can I
He'd be
can I get a
wearing
read aura on that gemstone?
It reads of divination, and it also reads of myth.
What was the second one?
Yeah, you cut off a little bit.
Oh, sorry. It reads of divination magic, and it reads of mist.
Someone... Okay, Wes doesn't know that, but divination means a lot of things. Someone could be watching. I don't know if anyone here would know that.
Enda will turn to Baz, noticing his gaze focused on the gem, and inquired, "Guys, you know what this is?"
I don't know exactly what it is, but I do know it's not good. It's got something to do with that damn mist.
Well,
Figure if anybody should pry it off and keep it on their person, maybe protect it somewhere at least. You'd
Wait.
be the expert.
Wait, divination's like not a spellcasting tradition. What
It's a
tradition
school.
is it? Yeah, but it isn't it detect aura for tradition, not school.
You learn the School of Magic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
It's literally right there in the chat, bro.
I thought it was something else then.
Also, if you're doing just stand around thing, I'm gonna make you guys make fortitude checks.
I'm
Just
standing a little far
being
back.
near it makes your skin.
I'm
You
gonna
feel
step
dirty.
away to think a little bit.
And those of you who
We should burn
have
it.
been exposed to mist before recognize the feeling fairly well. That it seems to be radiating mist in some manner. It is clearly an artifact from east of.
Definitely not prying that off and keeping it myself if it's radiating.
Yeah, I'm
mist.
not
Alright.
trying to pick it up, but I do want to kind of trot at it with my short sword, see if I can like wedge it out.
There's a wet squish. It appears to be in the dude's head, but you can probably pick it out if you.
I kind of want to fling it out with my short sword.
Might be
Do
worth
I-
bringing an expert. Yeah.
Okay, you wedge your blade in the dude's face and flick it out, and it goes rolling across the ground. It's about maybe like the size of I don't know, not maybe like the size of a ping pong ball.
Since goblins are mostly resistant to mist, am I able to carry on to it?
I mean,
You could try.
it's not gonna like melt you. So who has mist lore in anything?
I
Just
do.
Me and
you have
Yoji.
misty lores.
I have missed
Roll mist lores.
I am.
Do you want me to roll it?
And I think Enda, you have what, mist warp lore?
Yeah, all of us have one or the other, I think.
Ah.
Right?
I only have labor lore.
Oh.
And I guess druid lore if that's a thing, but I'd have to add it.
You should have gotten. I gave everyone else an extra lore, and I'll think of something to give.
Oh, okay.
They have various backstory lores, but I gave them for plot reasons. Norbert, you were comfortable enough, and you have a pretty good grasp of your own like level of tolerance. And you feel that if you're careful, you can probably handle this thing without too many adverse events.
Probably wrap it up in something.
Keeping kind of a wary eye on it until start and ask. And Wes, do you have some way to contain this?
I can. I
I
have
think-
a more
No,
alchemist
I got
fire,
this.
but I don't have a way to contain the flame. It might spread if we are not careful.
I stick it in between two mushrooms.
Oh, I was. He's Wes is more focused on the corpses than the gem, by the way.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is that alchemist fire flammable?
Is that fire?
Like, no, I mean, like if you pour it out, is it like a flammable liquid, or does it? Because I know if you
alchemist
throw it
fire
somewhere-
reacts an exposure to air. It immediately combusts.
Okay, so pouring it out is a really bad idea. Got it.
Pour one out for the homie.
Well, because I was
Pour it out for yourself.
pouring it on the homies. Because I was gonna say like pour it out on them, and they'll just light them up like that. and
I
then stick
can melt them with
it
acid.
in the bottle.
I have
mean-
acid too.
Is pokeballing it in between two mushrooms something I can do or not?
There's like tents here. Certainly, there's like some cloth you can wrap it up in. There's not.
Just like
I would. Enda with a strike of genius remembers what they were sent here to get in the first place.
Well, yeah, we got the
We're
container,
getting
but
there.
we're not supposed to open that.
Yeah, we really shouldn't. We're
Roll a perception check.
everyone.
Baz.
Oh, I'm having a rough night.
You are having a rough night. you're staring at that chest, and you're like, "Wow, that is a big, heavy steel chest." Can I get perception checks from the other two people?
Norbert and
Oh,
I.
Norbert,
Norbert,
having regained his senses after blacking off,
His
for the-
third eye opens.
realizes that on a closer inspection, that the steel lockbox is missing a lock.
Oh man.
But
Um,
his detect magic only detected one magic item, not two.
I
That
figured
means
it,
only
yeah,
the
it was,
box is magical.
in the
Well, yeah,
camp
I
area.
figured it was the box because it was protective, but I didn't even think to check if it was locked or not before we were set up.
But you didn't detect anything inside that box.
Well, I couldn't. The protective
Yeah.
magic was overpowering.
That might not necessarily
So,
be what was stopping you.
Norbert has noticed that the box is unlocked and openable. and he's also searching for some way to store the gem. Yes.
Well, he can figure that out, I guess.
It's Norbert.
You know, we have this
have more
You guys
pile
know
of
you have words, right?
we have this pile of abominations to deal with.
Okay, cool. You want to know how we're gonna deal with that?
Hold on.
I wonder. Okay.
Is there any distinction on each individual badge? Like, does it have an identification of which each person is?
Yeah, there's a number on the back.
We should
we should
probably
probably
recover their
take
badges.
I'm over here rolling the gem up in the bedroll.
We should have Norbert do this because he's mist resistant. Well, bedrolls are only light bulk. It's fine.
Can I make a fortitude check to grab all the badges and not, you know?
You don't need a fortitude check to grab the badges. You're fine.
Okay. So I'm just gonna
You have 5 badges.
collect all 5 badges.
All right. Well, we pile them up, I guess, and I'll throw my other alchemist fire and burn the pile.
I can make fire, dude. You don't have to spend your resources
Okay.
unless you want to.
I don't think we're gonna have another combat today.
Yeah, go for it
But-
then.
All right.
I'll let you.
But wait, there's more. 5 more shamblers wander out of the woods.
Oh
My face can't take it.
no! All right. Well, I dragged the other one a little closer, and then I saw him fire.
Enda's
Oh,
gonna
and you got that splash going on
use his
there
brain a
too.
little bit, sort of regaining his senses. So
He's just
step
gonna
on
flip
the chest.
himself upside down.
Noticing the lock is gone. So the chest is very clearly like just open, like it's not secured.
It's not like open, but yeah,
Right, but
it's not secure.
openable.
Yes.
Norbert's just bouncing up and down on the chest.
I mean, we're under orders not to open it, but
It
seems
falls
like
off the
we're
cart.
too late for that.
Look, there's no
We
one out
better
here to
report
know
this.
we're gonna open it anyway. It's already been opened. So what's the harm in taking a look?
Do I have to roll a check to open it?
No, you don't have to roll a check.
You have to
You
roll
wish
athletics.
I don't-
It's really hard to open.
I'm just being Norbert and opening it.
Have you ever seen like one of those like cases they use in spy movies with like the
Oh, the 2 little clasps on the side.
Yes, it's like that, but slightly bigger.
A big briefcase lock.
Yeah. It's not quite a briefcase. It's more like a.
I'm using
Well,
one
yeah, but
hand.
it's got those clasps.
I'm using one hand to open it while still eating mushrooms.
Oh, but I swear to
Congratulations. You open the enchanted box and it's empty.
Unsurprising.
The box is empty.
God. Norbert, I got an idea. Why don't you toss that gem in the box and shut it?
Okay, I put the gem with the bedroll in the box.
Do
I don't think the
I?
bedroll fits.
Is the lock
I-
like nearby, or that we could like refill the chest?
I really wish there was like a freaking like investigation thing skill.
I think that's seek. Which
Is it
probably
seek? But I think
perception.
you perceive with seek, right? You use perception
Yeah.
for seek.
I think that makes sense to me.
Make a sense.
Are we gonna go all looking for this lock just
No, I just,
for a little bit of
just
convenience?
like, looking to see if it's laying next to them.
It would be helpful
Yeah, it is.
information to
It's
know.
laying in the
though.
card.
Oh, it's just there.
I'm gonna quick.
Do I feel the mist coming through, or is it just the protective enchantment from before?
When the box is closed, you do not sense any divination.
I'm gonna slap that lock on there.
Congrats, you have a locked box.
What quality locks is it?
What
Closed
quality?
lock. There's
It's important.
the more valuable locks are very valuable, and you know,
Oh my god.
We are not stealing the lock from our employer.
I'm not saying we're stealing it, but
Is
I'm
there a
wondering
list
how
of lock
secure it
quality
is.
somewhere that I can look at?
yes, it's on the equipment page. This doesn't really matter that much. You can decide later.
Alright, sort of striding into the center of the group. Enda's gonna cast the question to the party. How many of those creatures were there?
All right,
I
I'm gonna
count, there
roll
were
for
5.
Can I count?
I got all their
Yeah, there
badges
were
right
5.
here.
I mean,
I-
Norbert
we
killed himself.
saw-
I didn't know how many were over there.
We piled up the bodies. Everyone knows there's 5.
I only saw one.
I don't know. Maybe one ran away. There were 6 members on the expedition.
So that means we're
Someone-
down our
Yeah.
man.
Was their inspector? He would have been leading this group.
Maybe.
No, you found the inspector's badge.
Yeah. Well, maybe they're still nearby. It's dark though, and it would be hard to find them.
You also note that that based on the size of the cart, there were probably 2 horses that are also missing.
Duly noted. I'd like to kind of just cast a glance around to see if there's any sort of trail or hint at what might have happened.
Oh, I
anyone
think that's
left in camp?
survival.
Can we attempt to track?
Yes, I
Maybe.
believe that is in fact survived.
Let's see here.
Well, I'm not gonna roll well.
Yeah, 1s and 2s.
That's okay. So yes, you do actually see a rough, it would be charitable to call it trail leading north, that way out of the encampment,
What about
and
the
signs
horse?
that something has been dragged.
What about the horse footprints? Surely those are pretty obvious since they're heavier animals.
The ground isn't really wet enough to show like good footprints,
Hmm.
but you do actually see a couple sort of leading in the same path.
They took them with them. Meaning,
That whoever walked away from this wasn't one of those mutants. He was able to think.
they did it intentionally. They probably have the artifact.
They probably have more mushrooms.
We're so tired after a whole day of traveling.
The feeling I
Should
got
we
from
really-
that gem makes me think it may have been the artifact.
Box is oddly good at keeping it all locked up.
What's the in terms of like reasonably carrying the box?
If it's an iron
It's
chest,
heavy.
then
Yeah.
it's pretty heavy.
It's heavy and large.
I've got hefty holler.
Yes, it is something that somebody with hefty hauler could reasonably carry on their own, or 2 people could sort of carry it with one arm on each side.
Let's get back to camp. We'll investigate more in the morning. I don't think I could be of much
We just
use.
settled in for the night. We need to get back to our horses. We can't walk this thing the whole way back to town.
Should we
Yes,
take the box with us?
That
definitely.
was our mission.
You got it, boss. I'm gonna go ahead and just take that chest. Start hauling it back.
Okie dokie. So I'm gonna put you guys back on the start page.
And I'm gonna need my cactus back at some point.
I mean,
Where
you're
did the
carrying a box for
I was
now.
like, where does the cactus go?
He's in Knight's pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just like clutch it
okay.
on me.
My familiar's just been
So you
riding
guys
on my
make it
shoulder
back
the
to
whole
your
time.
camp without any further incident. You settle down for the night. Is there an order of watches again? This whole sort of excursion didn't take more than like an hour and a half, and so there's still plenty of night to get through.
Right.
Before rest, we should probably roll medicine to patch wounds, because our resting healing isn't going to be very much at level 1.
I entirely
You guys
forget.
got hit.
Yes, they did.
I'm feeling fine.
Actually, I don't have any use for these since the day is ending. I have 2 elixirs of life you can... minor elixirs of life you can use. If you want to just try drinking those real quick.
Try. Roll to drink the potion.
It's 1d6 healing.
All right, I'll try
Is
to
a
drink.
potion like a chest?
From the multiple blows you've taken on the side of the head, your right eye is swollen up and your lack of depth perception.
Well, I'm
Why
just
did you
saying it
pour
could
the
roll a
potion
1.
on your face instead of actually drinking it?
Wes isn't a very
Gatorade,
experienced
bitch.
alchemist, so he might not have made it particularly well.
That's close enough to full.
It takes 10 minutes to roll treat wounds, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I need to get my spells back and produce 2 good berries.
Oh yeah, you'll heal 1 health overnight. That's fine. I didn't realize
Okay. And
how little health we have.
Enda will volunteer for first watch. He seems a little bit shaken up. He's probably not going to sleep.
Wes is
At least not.
clearly not used to this kind of exertion and is probably already asleep.
Norbert's feeding the horses mushrooms.
God damn it, Norbert! I guess it's fine.
I mean, if
They
they'll
are-
eat them,
I mean, they are called savory wolverias or whatever, so
hobbits will
they're savory. I'm a druid. I know these things.
Okay, so Enda has first
Hey.
watch for a second.
True.
Who was right about the map? Maybe a little bit more faith in me is warranted.
You wake up the dead.
Who has the second watch?
I'll take the second watch.
Okay, who was that? I'm sorry.
It's
I'll take
Norbert.
the last.
It's Norbert!
Okay, it's Norbert as the second watch. Okay, who's the third watch?
I guess I'll take third watch. I'll have time to prepare my spells by then.
Well, you
2
prepare
hours.
spells in the morning, so.
Okay, well, I still need 2 hours to make my berries, so that'll be enough.
You can do that while
Okay,
traveling.
who's the, and that leaves Wes with the.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are all pretty awake from your adventure today. And the night passes that incident. You see sort of wildlife moving in the distance. Standard things that you might see out here and that you've seen for the last couple nights. But nothing too out of the ordinary. And certainly you do not see a 6th member of the expedition mysteriously appear. But the night passes without incident, and it is now the morning of day 3.
Oh, I
Before-
didn't
sorry,
recover
it's
any ammo. Whoops.
You wake up. Unless you don't wake up. And that's your choice.
Wes
Norbert
was already
never
awake
woke
because he
up
was last
after
watch.
consuming too many mushrooms.
Norbert, your stomach hurts.
All right, well, Wes spends an
Well,
hour.
You're not dying, but
Got
you
about
realize in
16
hindsight that
fortitude
you're
saves.
burping up these mushrooms all night, and really they taste awful on the second pass.
They taste good going down, but when you start burping, that aftertaste just hits you real hard.
I throw the rest of my mushrooms away.
We
It's
need to spend an
somewhere
hour.
between the taste of like licking a cat and a foot. And having done both of those individually, Norbert realizes that he doesn't like them in tandem anymore. He likes them alone.
Well, Wes spends an hour doing daily prep to re-prepare his daily allotment of potions and elixirs. Well, yeah, not potions.
And we'll sort of begin packing up and loading all of the necessary things into the cart, getting the horses saddled up and bridled and ready to go. And
I'm going.
he's gonna basically be like, "Come on, everyone, get ready to go. We're gonna be heading back to town."
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to walk over to the chest we brought with us. I'm going to place a sigil on it and make it invisible.
Okay.
Where's the chest?
No, the sigil's invisible.
This is what you took over Electric Arc? Oh wait, you just daily prepped. You can take anything.
Well, yeah. I dumped Ray of Frost for Zap.
And you kept Sigil.
Okay,
Well,
you've drawn your doodle on it, and I expect a full drawing of this sigil for.
All right, get
Yeah,
to
I'll
it
get you one.
right now.
Anybody else got anything to do before they pack up the camp and
If
head
you
on?
draw a dick, you're getting.
I picked up 3 twigs and 6 stones and put them in my bag.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Why?
Congrats. You can make what with 6 stone and 3 twigs. You make a pickaxe and you have a bunch of stone.
I think that's enough research to unlock archery, and then he'll have archers and have sticks and stones to defeat his foes.
Sticks and stones may defeat my foes, but culture victory is for pussies.
Goblins.
Okay, so if nobody has anything else to do, we're gonna the cart is packed up, and you begin to head back to the town that I have already completely forgotten the name of.
I check in on the axle before we go.
Axle's looking pretty good.
Nice.
It was repaired with high quality workmanship.
And if it wasn't, we could always have, swapped cards. The other one does have, viscera all over it, which is kind of.
Well, and we would have had to take the horse to the trail.
Part of me wishes we could have followed that trail, but we have to get back and report. Too important?
Yeah, we need to stick to the mission.
Alright.
Okay. So you start heading home. Are you attempting to increase your pace relative to the one that you took out here, or are you gonna go casual as before, or what are you trying to do?
I'm not rushing.
Well, I doubt we're gonna get there any sooner, really. It's still 3 days of travel away.
We've secured the stone. I'm not overly concerned at the moment.
I don't think pushing the horses harder is gonna get us any returns.
Okay. Your travel back to the city is fairly uneventful, provided that nobody does anything particularly stupid. I assume everyone leaves the thing in the box.
I'm not taking it out of the box.
Wait.
Oh yeah, we did lock it.
Do we have the key?
Yes, you did find the key. You could not have locked the box without the key.
But if that's how the lock works, but
It's not a padlock.
Yeah.
It's like we have the key.
okay. That means they left it. I guess they don't care about it.
Well, if the crystal really was what was inside the box, and it was embedded in one of their heads, it's possible they didn't really, have any thought afterwards left for the key.
I wonder if it was the inspector who opened it, and that's why the gem took him.
Can I recognize the gem from my smuggling in the underworld?
Yeah, roll your check.
Ooh.
Shiny. People who like to buy shiny things.
Oh, well.
On a sort of a low level basis, you do know that some people traffic in these sorts of mist artifacts, but they are typically illegal and typically dangerous. As you have seen, that this one is quite dangerous.
Yeah.
Things that end up in people's foreheads tend to be dangerous, I guess. Swords, darts, gems.
Especially.
And you in your time in sort of in these circles have seen similar sorts of things, but not this thing in particular. Gems of various sizes and mist artifacts of various degrees, but not this particular thing.
It's not something I would have been surprised to see pass in hands in the black market.
And I think Enda in particular, this would not be your first time sort of facing mist-warped humanoids that you fought. But your journey back to, I believe I called the town Loxon, is fairly uneventful. And the sage Ranovan actually keeps his atelier inside the town. A dubious proposition for many sages, but he happens to keep his in town. And you remember in your instruction that you were to deliver the artifact to him post haste, So you arrive back at the gates of Loxton, and you are met with a guard, as is sort of typical. And you are able to present your badges from the Delvers Society and enter with no issues. They don't really question your belongings or anything like that. You appear to be rightful owner of these badges and whatnot.
So the rightful owner, we have a second set.
Yeah.
Well,
Not that we go
we'll get there.
The badges do have an ID number on the back, so you could eventually be traced to whoever these people, whoever these badges belong to.
We're definitely turning them in.
We should
Whenever we
flash
get
our
around
own
to it.
badges, right? Like,
Unless you want to flash somebody else's badge.
it doesn't really seem to
Yeah.
get us anywhere.
Norbert, detective. Mushroom eating extraordinaire.
I imagine Enda has all of them anyway. All the ones we got off the corpses.
So you're in town.
Well, we're back at the Delvers Guild Hall or whatever, right? Whatever it's called.
If that's where you want to be.
I was
Isn't that what we just walked
I-
into?
great for stage running.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
really need to hand
Let's
this
go
in.
meet him there. Isn't that where he
Well,
is?
no, he's at his atelier.
Okay, I
That's
just
his
don't recognize that word.
workshop.
Alright, I guess we're going there.
If I roll Weeblore correctly, it's like an alchemist's workshop.
Alright, hold on, I gotta roll Weaver.
Oh. Well, the towers are out of vogue and ateliers are. So he has an atelier.
Oh, it's spelled like that.
Do we know where it is? Do we ask for directions?
You can ask people for directions.
Workshop or studio, especially used by an artist or a designer.
Is there a guard nearby?
He's a fashion wizard.
For vote.
The stage of fashion, and he wants this gem for his latest.
Oh my god, the sage is Mugatu.
But you arrive at his atelier after asking for directions several times because the city is fairly large. But he is well known, and his workshop is large.
Actually, it's
and
my
you find it
hometown,
without
so I probably know. I probably might know. So it might not take us that long.
Yeah. Pull up things that I need. I never have that. So you arrive and you are presented by sort of a large pair of double doors. Standing in front of what appears to be the stage's workshop.
I'll walk right in there.
Yep.
I'm gonna waddle behind with this giant.
The door is
chest in
locked.
tow. Okay,
Knock.
I'm not gonna do that then.
I'm gonna knock on these doors.
You knock on the doors and there's a large brass knocker, and you clap it against the door a couple times, and you wait for a little bit, and you maybe a little bit more than would be considered awkward, but eventually the door creaks open. You are met by an elf that you can only really describe as elderly, decrepit even. Elves don't show their age easily, and he is showing a lot of it, really pushing the boundaries.
Have we seen him before?
Who has seen him before?
I guess me.
I
I mean, he hired us.
I recognize him.
Yeah, drop by to chat.
Wes
before.
probably recognizes him. Anybody else probably does not.
I'm just gonna straight up ask: are you Sage Radivand?
And he does sort of croak out a yes. And seeing, do you have the box with you?
I got it right here.
And seeing the box in your hands, his eyes light up with understanding, and he opens the door and beckons you in, and he says, "Yes, I am Sage Ranavan. I assume that you have my artifact."
That we do. There was an issue with the delivery, however.
Then it is as I feared. I had sent a request to the Society for additional aid. My previous caravan did not report back to my messages. Tell me, what happened to them?
5 men died for this box, sir.
Yeah, I'll just kind of pull out the badges we collected from the dead shamblers and place them on the desk. I assume is there.
Table.
Yeah, you're in like a living room. There's a table. Skill action.
He has to roll to recognize them.
He's that old. He's forgotten.
They're caltrips. Ah!
I mean, if he doesn't know, it would just explain.
Well, I mean, I would assume that time passes in an elderly elf by pretty easily, and the symbols and fashions of, you know,
I'm
organizations
trying
change.
to like I know how this situation would go in 5e, and then Pathfinder removes a bunch of skills that I think it just turns out that everything's fucking perception.
Yeah,
You don't want to use society?
perceive everything.
This is
Norbert's,
less a thing of society and more a thing of reading. This
Norbert's
would be
just
reading.
bouncing around saying the rock is in the box taking a nap.
This is a question of whether you can sort of sense his emotions or not. But I can roll this. Am I talking to myself, man?
Are you?
Sorry, 1 second. I'm rolling things in the background.
Is this? I guess rolling sense motive. If we're trying to figure out what he's thinking.
Oh, okay, cool. So he seems sort of legitimately distressed that 5 men. Your statement seems to have struck him on a level. It is uncommon. All 5 that you saw killed were humans. And the traditional sort of attitude among elves is that the non-elves live short, meaningless lives, and if they die, they die. They're more to replace them. It's not like a sort of a callous attitude, but one that seems sort of distressingly common among
So
many.
it's
of the elves.
unusual that an elf would care that much.
Mm-hmm.
We gave them cremation before we left, but there was more to investigate. But we had to report, I think, as soon as we could.
And given the circumstances surrounding this particular object, I believe that was the safest course of action. I will send a report to the Society. We'll send further investigate. In the meantime,
I might ask the artifact in question, was it a gemstone?
yes.
Okay.
It seems that it had an undue influence on some of the members of the previous expedition.
It appears to have been removed from the chest. The lock was undone, and there's one party member missing. The others were touched by the mist. They were turned into walking towards humans.
I had feared as much. These men had braved much in their expedition. They had gone deep into the mist and deep into an underground room to recover this particular artifact for myself. I cannot say that they did not know the risks, but at the same time, I regret their deaths. Tell me, you say that you saw 5 men, no goblins?
No goblins.
Well, besides him.
Then the missing man must be the goblin guide that I hired to escort.
It seemed like the horses went with him, too. There were tracks. Sir.
Then I can only hope that the goblin has survived. Their knowledge is hard to replace. They are valued members of these expeditions.
Was this guy the trusted friend of the society?
Yes, he was a full initiate.
I can't say I'd blame him for running if everyone around him turned into a ghoul.
I can only hope that he will make his way back here to Loxton in time.
Would Loxton have been northern of our encounter?
No, you went north to the encounter and you've been traveling south back.
Tracking found we're going north.
And perhaps he has fled to another city.
Might I ask, what is the importance of this item that such a dangerous trek but an act required?
Wes, can you roll college lore?
All right.
And the rest of you can roll society?
Oh god.
Knowledge college, baby.
So Baz and Enda, you have zero intuition about what this man does. Norbert, you have heard through your contacts. And Wes, you know of this man who sort of you're familiar with the college, that Sage Ranovan is a prominent divination expert.
The
particularly
artifact was divination magic.
And so he explains that his field of research is what he calls temporal divination, to look backwards or forwards in time, particularly with the aim of sort of plumbing the days leading up to the Great Disaster.
I see.
And he explains that this particular gem is a powerful divination focus known as an Eye of Tyndalos.
It was giving off a strange aura before. I guess only Norbert would have seen it glowing and protecting that zombie, though.
I am not surprised that its properties have shifted in the years. It has been buried deep in a ruin since the Great Disaster. It dates back to before even then.
Is it possible I would have known that goblin via my goblin network?
Sure, roll Goblin Network. No.
Is there anything else we need to report? I guess we need to file a report at the Delvers Guild as well.
I would ask that you carry this report back from me to the Delvers Society if you are heading back there. It saves me the effort of hiring a messenger. And if,
of course, Sage.
In the future, I may have need of your services again. Good help is hard to find, and I find myself in need of a new group of associates who will be willing to do odd jobs for me.
Wes looks excited, but he contains himself.
I promise that a similarly grisly fate will not befall you and your group. The last expedition was extraordinary in its danger. My usual assistants do not require such heroics.
We are at your disposal.
He gives you a scroll, and it's been sort of sealed with wax, and you see his seal on the outside, which is sort of some calligraphic letters in front of a large clock face. And hands it to you and says, "Deliver this to the Delver Society." You are free to have further conversation with him, but he has nothing else.
I don't think anyone else can think of anything, so we say our goodbyes and we leave to do our duty.
Yeah, I don't really have much to talk about with a wizard.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real fast.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah, I think a second piss break is in order.
I have Tindalos. Hello.
I'm gonna.
Okay. Hello.
Nice.
Fucking nature, yo.
Somebody's beacon.
I was just assessing the age of my target.
Yeah, Wes is very young. He like just turned 17.
All that.
And I'm the group old man.
Yeah, a little bit. But you are the wisest.
Knight would be older. And
Weather. No.
height above Aver.
I mean, that's about what I put in for my character's weight.
Above Aver. Very. Meanwhile, we have a literal 6-year-old.
Sensible, baby.
He's an adult.
I mean, you
Barely.
cut a man in half from head to, toe, so I'm not exactly wanting to criticize him.
Somehow I think that's more of the weight of the axe than him.
I'm just gonna throw mushrooms in the direction of our enemies
Throwing a
and
great axe
watch
while he's
him.
still holding onto it.
Hey, it worked.
Dude, I can't wait for him to do an axe kick.
I can't wait to actually hit something in melee range.
That too.
One of these days,
Well,
I'll actually
You could have
make
taken
a roll.
Shillelagh.
It would have been terrible. I missed.
No, you would have been able to attack more times, because it only takes one action to strike.
I suppose that's true. The water blast, the hydro pump would have been really good if I hadn't completely missed.
Yeah, it probably would have immediately killed the target. It's like 3d6. Pretty good chance to kill it.
That bird got fucked.
Got a bath. It was fine.
All right.
Okay, welcome back. So you return to the Delver Society. Hand in your report. And you receive your pay, which I have not decided upon because I forgot to calculate this shit.
All right,
It's
add
a
a
paycheck.
paycheck to my inventory.
I owe you.
The receptionist so you do have cash now, but I just I legit didn't even think about paying you. You also hand in the badges and you receive a small like finders returning these. They're similar to dog tags, you know.
Yeah.
The badges?
The receptionist is sad to sort of have somebody turn in 5 at once, but is understanding. It's a dangerous line of work.
Mm-hmm.
And sort of tells you what the sage said, that the request was determined to be in good faith and had a reward proportional to the risk, and everyone going on it understood that there was a risk that they would be either turned into an eldritch monstrosity or die in the process. So that's how it be. You also deliver the missive, the message from the sage, and it turns out the sage actually needs work done like right now. You are more than welcome to take downtime.
Right
we
now.
can proceed with a couple days of time skip for downtime if you want to try doing downtime. I don't think anybody has.
2 days isn't enough time to do anything.
I said a few days. If people want to take, I don't know what the time scale of things to be done is.
Enda has no interest in any downtime other than brooding in the corner of the tavern, which is weird.
You can use
The
your
only thing
lore
I'd
to
be
make
doing
income.
is brute labor in downtime. So a job is more interesting than that.
I can craft, but
Well,
I don't make any money for 4 days.
Yeah. The missive from the sage says that he actually needs an assistant, or a group of assistants, and his first job for those assistants is to check in with another alchemist in town and pick up another package for him. He seems to be gathering a bunch of things from various locations, and this is one that he needs personally picked up and taken back to his atelier. He himself is a little bit of a social recluse. Wes knows this, and the rest of you are starting to sort of pick up on this thing. That he's probably a little bit of a weirdo who doesn't go outside.
Yeah, birds of a feather.
Is the name of this other alchemist on the sign-up sheet essentially?
Yes, you are to pick up a package. What is his name? I forgot it written down somewhere.
So while we're running other alchemist, what's like the drop rate on the shrinking potion to get into the imp room?
We both know what you did, and I'm upset.
I was hoping someone would know.
I don't know what he's talking about. The alchemist's name is Hawk. That's H-O-C. Oh, wait, I'm talking to myself, sorry.
Wes, do you know this Hawk?
How prominent is Hawk as in his field?
He's again sort of a specialist. You know of his name, but he doesn't really produce finished product on his own. He produces lots of sort of intermediate reagents for various other fields.
Yeah, He's a local around here, and he even wrote some of the books that I have back in my home's library. If you wanna, I guess maybe not.
Well, if he's on the level, then I'm not against taking this job.
Are we, assuming that basically just hanging out in the guild hall, tavern area?
Yes, you are at the guild hall. I would change the picture, but it's painted by
Yeah, I just wanted to. So Enda's gonna kind of finish off his bug, sort of slap it down on the table, pop up, stride towards the door.
Alright.
Is everyone coming along for this?
Wes is already next to him, ready to go.
Norbert was drinking with Enda, but because of his size, he's already drunk. Stumbling
Lead the way,
around.
boss.
Enda.
Can you roll a constitution save? Against
Fortitude
that
check,
lady?
sure. You want to roll fortitude to be drunk?
Oh yeah, that's what it's called.
So, fortitude?
Fortitude.
Okay.
You hold your liquor pretty well. Your fortitude saves have been on
Yeah.
point.
Yeah,
You're only
for
plus
real.
6. And it's getting a
getting
little bit. It's not quite full dark yet, but it's getting towards the evening. But the missive did say that you get taken care of sooner rather than later. It'd be great. Wes, you know that Hawk doesn't really like keep like a store's hours. He's sort of a specialty merchant. So if you figure that if you go and knock on his door, he'll answer and he'll have the package. The guild, given that you've accepted this job, gives you a slip that was included with the letter that is effectively a receipt for pickup. The package has been paid for on tabs and whatnot, and a complicated system of banking.
No
So all you need to do is go there and grab it.
So are we gonna split up and collect these things? Or is it all in one place?
Well, it's just the one place at the moment. You have to go to Hawks.
Yeah, we have it.
Wait.
Over it.
Why do we need 4 people for this job?
No, you only get one. The job pays the same whether or not you do one person.
I
So-
also presume there's going to
I
be
see.
more to it than just
Yeah.
You know,
Well, I mean, Enda
getting
sorta,
one thing from
before
town.
he walks
Maybe
out the
he has
door,
a lot of
kind
things to carry.
will sort of
Don't
stand on the
manage
door,
it, brother.
side-eye back at the rest of the party.
Yep.
You all coming along for this?
I need a mechanism to introduce plot hooks and a lazy old man who needs things delivered. Perfect plot hook.
Well, maybe there's more than one person can carry. I don't know.
I'm also, more than a little curious where this whole looking into the past thing is going. Being able to peel back the veil of the mist is relevant to my interests.
It's not so much that Enda thinks it's trivial as it is that he's sort of more of a loner type of person. So it's like you're all tagging along. Yeah, right. That's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm just following along to see if the sage has any connection to the torture of my tribe.
Mostly, he's not super full on like why you're all motivated to care. So just checking.
I mean, at a base level, the sage is paying pretty well, and eating and buying things is decent motivation for a lot of people.
Fair. He'll kind of shrug it and walk to the door, and head towards Hawk's residence.
Yeah. Do I know where that is?
I was gonna say,
You do know where it is, and
Alright,
it's
well,
in a
then
vaguely somewhere located part of town, because town maps are dumb.
Well, I'll lead the way, since it's my hometown.
So we'll say that it's in sort of a quarter part of town, which is a fair distance away from where many of the sages are located, and these sort of the collegiate buildings, and stuff like that. It's inconvenient, but that's simply how the town is developed. Many of the alchemists sort of live in the same part of town as like the tanners and the paint mixers and shit like that. The professions that tend to smell pretty bad.
It's not too far from my home either.
Okay.
Roughly the same area.
So you arrive in front of Hawk domicile, and it's a nice building. It's not the largest, and it's certainly not the most dramatic alchemist shops. You've seen some that sort of are more aimed at people of the delving profession, and you've seen ones that are more aimed at I make soap and I make household cleaners, and there are alchemists who do that sort of thing.
Fucking
And
so.
those are larger stores that get more traffic. Yeah. I mean, if there are alchemists, I assume somebody's inventing dawn.
I would hope so. Got a lot of shit to watch on.
Might be just normal chemists making those.
Okay, if you're in a
White
fantasy
type
thing,
gods.
normal chemists are called alchemists.
Alright.
Yeah, especially if they're kind of
The Al is for Adventuring League.
Anyway,
So you knock on the door and you're quickly answered by a gnome. Wes, you have met in person, I suppose.
How many times?
Once or twice. And he seems to remember you vaguely, but can't quite put a finger on your name.
Let's see if I can.
And he greets you with, it's
Wes. That's fine.
yes. And he calls you. What is your father's name? He calls you. He calls you Valsbrat. Affectionately, he calls you a brat.
Yes.
And he
what
asks
is
how
his
your
name,
father's
though?
doing.
What was his name, though?
Your father's name was.
No, I mean, the goblin. Or
the alchemist?
whoever I'm talking to. Yeah, him. Oh,
His name is
Hawk?
Hawk.
Okay, I thought it was someone else for some reason.
Your father's name is Knights of All.
Nighthawk?
Hawk is a gnome.
Alright, what did he ask me? I
He
lost
asked you how
track
your
of my
father's
characters.
doing.
He didn't ask me anything.
I
He just
give him a
told
solemn look, and he hasn't returned from his expedition. It's been months. They haven't told me anything.
The gnome looks a little bit downcast at that, but then sort of perks up and says, "Well, I'm sure that he's doing fine. You know, these expeditions, they can go on for years. Sometimes people still stumble out of the mist perfectly fine. They've never been gone a day. I can only hope for the best for you. But what brings you here? I can see by your attire that you are a budding alchemist of your own right, but I do not believe that you are conducting any of the work that might need some of my expertise."
I only picked up some tricks only recently, honestly. One of my father's, but that's not important. We're here to fulfill a delivery. Sage Ranovan needs some supplies picked up for him.
Oh yes, the sage's order of temporally aspected star sand has finally been processed. I have it back in the storage room. Please come in for a moment while I fetch it.
Nice.
He invites you into sort of the entryway of his shop, and it is very crowded. Sort of think like those like narrow, Japanesey looking shops where you feel like you're being like pressed in by shelves on all sides.
Japanesey. Yes.
And it definitely doesn't seem like a place that was built to be a shop. It seems like you are in somebody's foyer that somebody has installed a fuck ton of shelves in, and then crammed all the shelves full of weird stuff. And you recognize a couple of them, but the vast majority of them are completely arcane to you. Powders, things in jars that have been like pickled, rocks, bags of unknown things, boxes, shards of metal. The shelves are absolutely covered in junk.
I could learn a few things if I just had time to study here, but
Are any of the pickled things
he
edible?
mumbles to himself.
A couple of them, yes, and chunks of animals.
I think someone might be giving you a death glare right now. There may be 3 of them.
You
I
would
like that.
actually see a jar of legitimate, just regular pickles in one of them. Except the label underneath it is just 4 question marks.
Norbert, no.
I'd like to kind of like standing behind Norbert if I could just sort of firmly rest a
Just
hand
put
on
your-
his shoulder.
Just kind of steer him away from things.
Actually, maybe better if you stay outside, Norbert. Maybe there's mushrooms growing on the street. I saw one last week.
I'll go with him. I'm sure I can find something for him to chew on.
And as just the hawk is sort of shuffled off into a back room, and you suddenly hear from the back room a crash of glass and junk clattering to the floor, and you hear the hawks yell.
Well, I move forward to see what happened.
And as you turn the corner and look into the back room that has now been seemingly buried in an avalanche of things from various shelves and containers, you find Hawk almost pinned to the wall right inside the door. A throwing knife pinning his rope to the wall. A back window on the far side of the room has been opened. A figure in black standing, one leg out of the window, a bag clutched under his arm. And prominently laying in a clean spot on the floor, a single black business card. And that is where we will end our session for tonight.
Oh,
Hey Norbert, I found you a dandelion.
I guess only me and Enda saw that.
You know, if I didn't diddle outside, I could have thrown my 20-foot rope hatchet.
I could throw a bomb. I don't think that's a good idea in here.
We're in a city. I don't think that's a good idea at all. Please
I mean,
don't.
acid probably,
I don't think it's-
isn't that bad.
Also not in the back of the alchemist workshop.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's probably a really bad idea.
So basically, there's no chance of
I have a crossbow, but I don't have it ready. I'm
He
walking
will chase-
town.
But you'll chase it next time.
Did
Well, yeah,
also
but, like-
not kill our guy, so that's good.
Looks like he missed, or maybe he meant to pin him.
So long.
Okay,
Welcome back.
game's over. Bye.
See it.
So that was our first session. Thank you guys for playing. I hope it was fun and enjoyable. And
Yeah.
we got through pretty much everything I wanted to get through, and a pretty decent clip.
Yeah.
But
Pretty
how
perfect
much did we get paid? That's the real question.
I'll figure that out when I remember what the treasure tables look like.
Our order has to process. at
Yeah.
the guild.
The complex banking system takes time.
Yeah, coins. Who knows how they work?
But yeah, that was Pathfinder 2nd edition, as done by moi. Feedback,
Pretty
comments, suggestions, or whatever is always appreciated. If you guys have any sort of questions, or if you guys want to chit chat about the session, then I'll be around. Otherwise, I'm gonna go.
The only thing that's tricky for me is like just figuring out when it can be relevant to like try to roll a skill check and get like information out of it.
I'll just
If
ask.
you want to learn something,
Well, that's
just
why I
ask if
did
there's
it.
something you can roll.
That's
Yeah.
why I
Yeah,
do. I'm
that's
just
easy.
like, would it be relevant to Goblin Network his ass?
All you gotta do is be like, hey, Ryan,
Good.
can I goblin network his ass?
He seems pretty reputable,
Like-
though.
As long as you wear protection, sure.
Yeah.
Honestly, the way Norbert would wear protection is he'd just clap a mushroom over his dick.
Oh God. I mean, the good thing that I really have to say thank you to you for is that this session, one of the things that you always sort of fear as a DM is one person brooding in the corner and not engaging with the party and not engaging with the scene. And you guys all stepped up and you did things, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish I was better at RP, but I
It's
tried.
like it's fun or something.
I diddled 20 mushrooms and just got the runs in the
There are people who are like, "Oh my God, you're such a great RP," or as long as you're having fun, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I would say step one to being a good to role playing is don't get caught up in. And there's the treasure table. Thank you.
Yep.
Is don't get caught up in doing sort of the optimal thing.
I only know 2 languages.
Same.
Yeah, well, I think languages are a dumb mechanic, so I
I
probably
know
wouldn't.
3. I can speak.
Real life sucks.
Honestly, here's where I feel like languages should play in though. Is it's like, yeah, it's kind of stupid, but at the same time, like maybe you get a better understanding of communication with that type.
Yes,
Yeah, or the opportunity.
and there are times where have a conversation in a room, and only one person in the party can understand it. And while obviously, if I'm explaining that conversation to one person, I'm obviously explaining it to all of you.
Like maybe the dwarves have such a thick Scotland accent that if you don't speak Dwarven in some way, you don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Mm. There are times where I'll do things like that.
Although I know in some games and shit, like dwarves do actually speak a different type of language. So it's like,
I mean, dwarves have their own tongue in this, but they also speak common. So, if the thing about language is that
Oh, that's neat.
that is a 6. Congratulations.
I'm just figuring out with buttons and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you want to figure something out? Boom.
What?
It's a 6.
Rolling token.
and at least like it kind of works out. Like Norbert's such a goof ass that the only way to actually escape a grapple is to just kill it.
You know.
I mean, again, I
It
was
is one way. I mean, that's the thing about grappling is that you can't get away from them, but they can't get away from you. So
If you
and
took the
I
escape
thought
from the
combat
first
went well
action-
today. And, that was a complete fluke on my part.
nobody died.
I had severely underestimated the amount of damage that comes out of a freaking barbarian.
Yeah.
There was some panicked adjusting of encounter, and that
And it had some very reliable damage.
That first swing was pretty mighty.
it's like, yes, this is the dude with the gem in his forehead, and he's almost dead. Shit.
You got cornered by the big bad.
Did you predetermine which one had the gem from the get go?
Yes, the
okay.
one with the gem was predetermined.
So you thought that you would diddle dick the tiny little goblin in the tent?
No, I mean, he didn't have any more offense. He only had the aura that you kept saving on. So I was like, okay.
Meanwhile, I'm fighting some regular dude just getting clubbed in the face.
After bathing a bird.
Literally face tanking.
Oh god. He's gonna end up with like cauliflower ear by the end of the campaign.
Oh, I'm gonna have cauliflower face, dude.
And just like a wisp.
Oh man.
The whole reason I'm gonna have to learn how to shape change is because I'm just
Well,
gonna be so
the good news
hideous.
is, Raina, you won't look much different from your little cactus friend.
I will be big cactus friend.
But yeah, we'll pick up. If people are still interested next week, then I would love to do it again next week.
Absolutely.
That'd be good.
Awesome.
Next week, I don't know what day I'll be around because Tuesday is when I'm flying up to St. Louis.
Yeehaw.
Oh, gotcha.
So
But-
How long are
we
you
might
there?
have to adjust.
I mean, I may
Yeah,
be coming back like